right. That's fucking right. It's Tuesday. It's big Tuesday. I don't know what makes it big, but it's a big Tuesday. Big Tuesday. I've had a video come out. That makes it big, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm giving myself that. How's it going, everybody? Welcome in. We got so many beautiful people here in the chat already today. What we got? Who we got? Oh my goodness. As soon as I went live today, people were in the chat. That's wild. It's rare that happens, you know. We got Shafiq, we got Cynthia, we got JMM, we got Survided. Yes, I hope that your internet works today as well. Lexi West, how are you doing? Welcome in. We got Chaos Merlin, we got Yanchfin, we got Lime Wielder, we got Ice Star Mist, we got Emmy, we got Gumba Master, we got Rob Arts, Hell to Pay. How are you doing? What's going on? You don't have family Zoom, so I'm stuck with you all night. Well, there's no one I'd rather be stuck with, Shafiq. Hey, Grub, what's going on? You were live right as I got in from getting my shopping. That is perfect timing, isn't it? It is perfect. I planned it just so that would happen. And you can't prove otherwise. Yep. As I say, today my new video came out. It's on activism and like how to get inspired, how to get started, shit like that, you know? So if you've not seen it, get it done. Have a look at it. It's there. Give me a like, give me a subscribe, tell your friends, tell your family, and, you know, your work colleagues and all that shit, because it's important as fuck. Soul Bunny, hello. I've been following you ever since you spoke to Professor Flowers. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So yeah, the new video came out. It's pretty good, and I'm pretty proud of it. I've, you know, got a lot of stuff that I've been trying out. You know, new editing styles and stuff like that, which has been pretty good. And I've been to the gym. Went to the gym for the first time in a long time. Did a run on the treadmill at the gym, and oh boy, like that is the cardio for me. I've not done runs in a long time. I've just been on like the cross trainer. I know yesterday someone asked me for advice on like what to do if you're starting working out, and I still stand by that. You should do the cross trainer if you're first just starting working out, but if you are already seasoned with cardio like I am, and you've not had a run in a while, even if it's just like a 10-minute one like I did today, do it. Because holy fucking shit, like it felt like my heart started working properly again. I know that sounds like worrisome, but like it just felt like, oh, this is a thing that's been missing in my life and I need to do this more. So yeah, there you go. So that really worked for me. I really liked that. And then my workout, the rest of my workout was really good. So yeah, I had that. Then just a little chat with my neighbor. And yeah, then since then I've just been cooking. I spoke to Sophie on the phone today. Our Sophie from Mars. She's having a lovely time in Armenia. Apparently Armenia is like super interesting and super cool. Much better than Turkey, where apparently in her and her partner's words, it looked like everyone wanted to hate crime them. Everyone that they came across, so that's not ideal, obviously, for two trans women. But yeah, apparently Armenia is like fine, and there's lots of like different, you know, interesting things about it that she's going to talk about when she gets back. But she's good, and her partner's good, recovering from facial feminization surgery. So awesome. So yeah, that's been my day. What have you been up to? What have you been doing? Emmy's been shopping. Lime Wielder's not had a, you know, a decent day. So yes, I do hope that improves for you. I hope that we can brighten your spirits in the stream. Kurdish people in Turkey are different. Kurds are usually pretty open and tolerant. Do Armenians? Kurds are a religious, a secular place, right? That's not right. Kurd is a religion or a race? I don't know. All I know is that Turkey's trying to genocide Kurdish people. And yeah, I have heard that about Kurds. I didn't know that there was a lot of them in Turkey because I thought that Turkish people were just like hate Kurds. Right, it's an ethnicity, yeah. Yeah. They're an ethnic group, right. Still a minority persecuted in Turkey. Well, I mean, it makes sense that a minority would respect another minority in it, you know what I mean? That makes sense. When I was younger, before dysphoria really kicked in, I loved swimming and got loads of exercise that way. It's a shame I can't do that anymore. Yeah, it would like I feel like that's like a huge thing for trans people. Like I do hear a lot of trans people talk about like, Jesus, I wish I could go swimming again. You know? Yeah, you were saying, Chaos, that you foraged some blackberries today. You're making some blackberry muffins. That's fucking cool as fuck. I love that shit. Found in modern-day Turkey, Armenia, and northern Iraq. Ah, okay. They're also in northern Syria. They outlawed the Kurdish political party. Yeah, Erdogan's a piece of shit, yeah. Yeah, Erdogan's a fucking horrible bastard. So, listen, chat. Today, I don't have the news for you. Because I don't think we need to do the news every day, right? And what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna watch the Tory Leadership Debate, which has been uploaded to YouTube by Brexit Box TV. You know, I'm just gonna have a little look at their channel as well. Let's see what their channel's saying other than this. Question time live from Torquay. Question time live from Barnley. They just upload a lot of stuff like question time. There's like one video where they're doing a thing. Can Bill Gates and company get into heaven? Asks Archbishop, and it looks like someone pretending to be an archbishop in front of a green screen. I don't really understand what that's about. I don't really understand what's going on there. But it just looks like a lot of question time re-uploads. Yeah, it's basically propaganda question time, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Content warning transphobia, content warning racism, and just content warning for British nonsense in general. Really. You know? Lucia.
Roses are red, comrades are cool. There is no better place to spend my time than with DJ Muel.
Oh. Lucia, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 9 months. We got a baby. Me and Lucia had a baby. I can't believe it, Lucia. Thank you so much for the 9 month sub. How are you doing? Gang, please go show some love to Lucia Everback Black. She is a witch. And she's gay and she's cool, as it's now going to pop up, the Autobot. There you go. A witch and cool. She is very awesome. Please go show some love to Lucia. How you doing, Lucia? Had a baby? See, I told you all I was a real woman. That's right. You were pregnant. You were pregnant. That's right. Uh-huh. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the sub. Really appreciate the 9 month support. Yeah. Go follow Lucia. Honestly, she's a great streamer. You know, I'm being a bit flippant about the shout out there, but no, Lucia's a great streamer. Please go and support her. But yeah, that's what we're doing today. We're having a look at the fucking Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak debate. It's gonna be cursed. It's gonna be fucked. It's about an hour long. So that's gonna like cover the amount of time that the content would normally be covering. The leftist video essay and the news. So what we're gonna do then straight away is we're just gonna jump. We're gonna jump straight into the dump that is weird guys messing around in woods. So that's what we're gonna do. I picked a good time to get drunk. It is gonna be weird. It is gonna be weird. Now listen, this doesn't mean that I'm having a debate bro arc. You know how I feel about debate bros. I've got a new video coming out about a specific debate bro. very soon. So keep your eyes out for that. Hopefully that's going to bring in more people to the channel. It probably will bring in Debate Bros, because what I've realized after my last video about Ian is that, like, the fans of these guys do watch my videos. It does happen. And, you know, it's going to be interesting to see what they come up with regarding that. We are going to be going into the politics category. But, of course, I'm not actually going to be... The title of the stream isn't actually, like, debate. So, in theory, there shouldn't be Debate Bros in here. The title of the stream is Love Yourself and Love Your Comrades. Because, obviously, that's a message that I just want to, like, you know... That's what I want to do. But there's going to be more eyes on the content, regardless. You know what I mean? Even if people are hate watching, that's important. Because it means that we get... You know, the algorithm loves it. And Shafiq is absolutely right. Go and share the Go Live tweet. Just give it a little retweet. That's all you have to do. Even if you've got 0 followers, the Twitter algorithm loves it. Thank you so much, Shafiq. Appreciate that. And yeah, I can't wait for all the high-level ideas that we're about to process. I can't wait either. Good evening, Prime, as well. How are you doing? Welcome in. Debate Bros would probably be more Tory. I agree. So listen, without further ado... Yeah, we might get weird anti-communists in. So, without further ado, let's jump into the politics category. And let's have a look at what these weirdos are talking about. There is definitely going to be transphobia. There is definitely going to be racism, specifically anti-migrant racism. I believe that Liz Truss has been weaponizing... recuperating socialist causes such as feminism in order to try and help her in the leadership contest. And they're both bad. Yeah, both of these individuals are bad in their own ways. You know? If any Debate Bros show up, it's okay because Muel can shut them down with the fact that every one of their dads is in his DMs nonstop. That's true. That's correct, Emmy. You're absolutely right. Let's look at plague and cholera in person. Plague and cholera personified? If communism is so great, why haven't they made communism too? That's a really good point. You know what? You defeated me in the marketplace of ideas, Gumba Master. You're right. Hey, Middle-earth Marxist, how's it going? Yeah, she is cosplaying Thatcher. We spoke about this a couple of weeks ago, either on Red Planet or on this stream, yeah. Hey, Satirical, how's it going? Yeah, feminism. Yeah, not actual feminism, just being like, you have to like me because I'm a woman, and you can't be sexist to me. Even though, like, well, no, you shouldn't be sexist to people who are pieces of shit. You know what I'm trying to say? She's going to be trying to weaponize sexism where it's inappropriate. B_rat.
DJ Muel Egg, DJ Muel Egg, DJ Muel Egg, DJ Muel Egg, DJ Muel Egg.
That's a good place to stop the music. Thank you so much, B-Rat, for the 5 months. How are you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, Rosie Duffield style of feminism. Well, yeah, essentially feminism for her and not any other woman, especially trans women. Like, she despises trans women. That is one of the main content warnings for this debate. Like, she is going to be weaponizing transphobia to aid her cause. So, yeah, just so everybody is aware of that. Hello, Porcelain Giant. How are you doing? The girl power to send hit squads out against your enemies. That's right, yeah. I read some headlines calling Truss the second female British PM. Oh, yeah. Extremely funny that they're just, like, trying to forget that Theresa May ever existed. They said that about Theresa May. You know? Anyway. Let's crack on. Let's have a look at the nonsense. So this is the famous bit, by the way. This is actually the famous bit that people have been speaking about. Where they just, like, stare into the camera very awkwardly as it pans towards them. It dollies towards them. So apparently this is, like, a really funny cursed bit. Hey, Julia, how you doing?
Who will be our next Prime Minister? Liz Truss or Rishi Sunak?
Oh, it's like a nightmare.
In just 6 weeks' time, one of them will be moving into number 10 Downing Street.
Oh, it's like a nightmare. Oh, it's like a nightmare. Look at this shit. Look at how the BBC loves this undemocratic process, you know? They love this shit so much. Intro by David Lynch. Hey, K. Croaky. Theresa May had better memes. That's the problem, you see. That's the problem. Madame Tussauds. Yeah, it's actually not a dolly. It's handheld, non-scoped. You're right, yeah. Detroit become prime minister.
Welcome to the first head-to-head debate between the two final candidates in this race to become the Conservative Party leader and our next Prime Minister. Rishi Sunak is the MP for Richmond.
Oh man, he just like can't smile, can he? That's one thing that I really appreciate about having a beard, is that like I can smile in the way that I want to smile now. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, this is how I smile, and it looks fine because you can't see my mouth. Like, when you could see my mouth, I used to get really self-conscious about it. You know, what's going on here kind of looks like, he does look like he's cringing. He does look like he's cringing. What I think, excuse me, what I think is that he is like, he's been told to smile in a certain way that is not normal for him. It's not like, do you know what I mean? Like, you remember we were talking about the people who helped, like, Nixon get in office and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, his campaign team have been like, you need to smile like this. And he's like, that's not natural for me. And they're like, we don't care. This is how you win votes. This is our job. It's our job to make you palatable to the public. You know, and that's that. Hey, Cripsid, no worries. Thank you for being here. And hi, Half a Laptop. How you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, Liz Truss power stancing. Yeah, shit like that too.
In Yorkshire. He is 42 years old. He was in government from 2018 until he resigned as Chancellor just 3 weeks ago. Liz Truss is the MP for South West Norfolk. She is 47 tomorrow. It's her birthday. She has served in government since 2012 and is the Foreign Secretary. These are the final two candidates chosen by Conservative MPs. But now it's down to Conservative Party members, around 160,000 or so. We don't know the exact number. They don't tell us.
Around 160,000 people. And now we're going to decide between this prick or this prick. Love that. What a democratic process. I love our democracy. These edibles ain't shit. Liz Truss before the debate, probably. Hey, Panda Bibble, how you doing? Yeah, she's 47 tomorrow. Yeah, it's not her birthday today. What are they talking about? What are you on about?
But they are the ones who will choose the next occupant of number 10. It is a huge decision. Hardly any of us has a say. But that decision will affect us all. And that
she says it out loud. Hardly any of us have a say.
That is why we've come here to Stoke-on-Trent in the West Midlands tonight. For decades, a Labour stronghold, one of those so-called red wall seats that turned blue, voting for the Conservatives under Boris Johnson at the last general election. Our audience here at Victoria Hall all voted for the Conservatives in 2019, some of them for the very first time. Will they do so again under a new leader?
The worst, weakest link episode ever. Yeah, I know.
Two of the BBC's experts are
Stoke-on-Trent. You all know about Stoke-on-Trent, don't you? You all know about Stoke-on-Trent.
Pussycat, where have you been?
Well, I've been all over this week, but you know, my favourite place I've been to...
Stoke-on-Trent, oh yeah, to Stoke-on-Trent. Historic town on the River Trent.
These captions are fucked.
Vibrant mix of the great and the good, like Reginald Spitfire Mitchell and Josiah Wedgwood. Come and lose yourself in the Pottery Shopping Centre. Why not try a snap at your own cake? It's a culinary adventure. Come to Stoke-on-Trent and see just what is meant by that welcome phrase of "Hey up, Doug, you're in Stoke-on-Trent."
There you go. Stoke-on-Trent. Now you know all about Stoke-on-Trent. And there you go. There you fucking go. This song has completely turned my day around. Good. That's what I want to hear. Hey, Lyra, how you doing? Can I get a shout out for Lyra, please?
Political editor Chris
Go follow
Mason
Lyra,
and our
everybody.
economics editor Faisal Islam. They will be listening to the debate and probing the candidates' answers. Welcome as well to listeners on Radio 5 Live, also to people...
Wait, what? Really horribly racist place? My uncle got spat at and loads of abuse when he was engaged to his now wife there because she's Chinese? What the fuck? Yeah, Stoke's not an ideal place. That's what I've heard, yeah. Yeah, extremely boring. It's one of those northern towns that's been, like, failed by Westminster for years and years and years. You know what I mean? Like, just no, like... funding whatsoever, right? I watched this last night. We started a drinking game. Take a drink every time Liz Truss mentions Stoke on Trent. Hey Bellatrix, how you doing? What's going on? Hey 13 Connor as well. Welcome in. Somehow I have more questions now. Yeah, listen. The main question. Which I think everybody's probably thinking of is Stoke on Trent that good? The answer is no. It's not that good. That's right. Stoke, but instead of the O, it's an Omega Lolamo on Twitch. You're absolutely right, Prime. Hiya, Kiri. Your nan were from Stoke. Well, that's unfortunate. But welcome to the stream. How you doing?
Watching on iPlayer. You can join the debate online using the hashtag BBC on Next PM.
Let's have a look at that hashtag, folks.
Any further. Chris, Faisal.
Oh, I won't be able to. I can't go on
The key
Twitter.
thing for me tonight, Sophie, is to what extent can our two wannabe Prime Ministers woo our audience here in the room in Stoke-on-Trent and Conservative voters from the last general election? Boris Johnson was able to woo them. Can Rishi Sunak and can Liz Truss?
And at moments where we think that energy bills might go up to, say, £3,200 for an average household in the autumn, I'll be looking for clues as to whether a new Prime Minister will lead to a change in economic policy and whether those plans add up.
So, Rishi Sunak, Liz Truss.
Oh boy, I can't wait for this guy to be like, nah, yeah, you can't actually make it cheaper for everyone for some made-up reason. I can't wait.
Good evening. Welcome to both of you. Are you ready for this?
Yes, I am.
Yep, absolutely so.
Now, only one of you can be the next Prime Minister, and tonight we want to hear both of you debating the big issues with each other.
Oh, can't wait. Can't wait for this.
Convince people why you will make the best leader of the...
Why is this moderated like some kind of game show? Because people love to see it. Nyeka Noise, welcome in, by the way. The BBC loves to, bastardize the everyday living conditions of people being decided upon by a small minority. They love this shit. This is like the Thunderdome for them. This is like the nth sort of pinnacle of entertainment, you know?
United Kingdom. Now, we're going to start tonight with the issue that many of our audience say worries them the most, the cost of living.
That's right, Emmy,
energy bills, fuel prices, food prices.
Yeah, this is like this is the big issue, and it's so funny because like I feel like this is how you can analyze why the Tories had a rebellion so like abruptly, because it's like they know that there is an opportunity for them to like either A, make a lot of money by being the Prime Minister, or B, I think that Boris Johnson probably like stepped down quite rapidly because he realized, oh, everybody in the country wants energy bills and cost of living to go down. We just can't do that because we're the Tories, so fuck it, let them two fight about it. You know what I mean? And I feel like Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss are two people who have completely misjudged this. Excuse me. And they're going to end up regretting becoming the PM, because over the next few years, this Tory government is going to be remembered as like the absolute pits. I guarantee it, for multiple reasons. Multiple reasons.
So let's hear from some of them. Giles, you're a police officer.
Yeah, Yanshifin,
How are you
that's
finding all
probably
these
about right.
rising prices?
It's very difficult. Just in the last 6 months alone, my home energy bills have tripled.
Oh dear, maybe you should get a new job, bro.
Charlotte, in the audience as well?
Yeah, I'm really happy to say that I can see that the government have basically contributed towards universal credit and people on benefits, but I'm a single parent and I work full time. And
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? None of these people are the people that they say they are. None of them. None of them. I'm so happy that the Tory party has contributed to universal credit and the benefits system. What are you talking about, love? What are you talking about? You've made that up.
I travel, and I'm struggling.
Okay, the views of two.
Even the people who think the Tories are actually, like, good are being like, yeah, I'm still struggling. I'm still struggling. It's clearly full of plants. Clearly full of plants. Absolutely, yeah. Audience full of Tories. Well, some of them are first-time Tory voters in Boris Johnson, you know? But there's definitely going to be plants. Of course there are. Of course there are. This is just like a... it's like every kind of debate, right? It's like every kind of debate. It's just something that, like, the BBC can say to the government, listen, we're doing a debate, so give us money, and we'll get Liz and Rishi in, and we'll do a thing, and it'll be really good, and it'll be great for PR. Like, that's literally all it is. This is the most Verhoeven-esque shit that you will see on modern television. 1,000%.
Two of our audience here tonight. I want you both to be really specific here. If you are Prime
They let
Minister in
Triffids vote
September,
now.
can people expect you to give them more help with their bills, with their rising costs? Rishi Sunak.
Sophie, just before we start, could I just take a moment to pay tribute to David Trimble, who we just learned passed away before we came on air. He was a giant of unionism. He helped bring peace to Northern Ireland as an architect of the Good Friday Agreement.
What?
And he was a deserved winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, and I'm sure everyone's thoughts will be with his family tonight.
Bro, you're not getting any... What kind of a decision was that? Okay, listen. What the fuck? Does he think the Conservative Party membership is going to be, like, happy with that? What is he talking about? What? I was like... the least, that was like literally the least expected thing that I've ever seen. He's already fucked it. Liz Truss is gonna get in. Liz Truss is gonna get in. Maybe he wants to lose. He absolutely has to lose. There's no way. There's no coming back from that. There's every single Conservative Party membership who just heard that is now checked out. Completely checked out of this debate. They're like, okay, fair enough, Liz Truss.
Now, Giles, Charlotte, I know it's difficult, and part of the last few months as Chancellor, I spent all my time...
Is he trying to, like, recuperate, you know, socialist talking points? Is that pitched at loyalists in Northern Ireland? Yeah, I think that's the only way that you could say that that is, like, a good idea. Because then loyalists in Northern Ireland will be like, yeah, they're still looking out for us. God love the Queen. Go on, Rishi. Fucking love that. But that's it. You know what I mean? How much of the Conservative Party membership is in Northern Ireland? Not a lot, I don't think.
Talking to people like you across the country, figuring out how we can help meet some of those rising bills.
Hey, Chicago.
You may remember one of the last things I did as Chancellor was announce significant amount of support to help people get through the autumn and the winter with those bills. And of course, as Prime Minister, I'd like to make sure that we always have the policies in place to support people like you who are working incredibly hard to provide for you and your families, and especially, Charlotte, for your
maybe
child
cap energy
parenting
prices.
alone. That is difficult. And
well, that's the thing, Julia. They already capped energy prices, and they just let the cap off. So it's like they're not going to put it back on, you know?
Will there be any more help, though?
So they're technically called the Conservative and Unionist Party. Right, well, because they're sharing a leadership with the DUP, right? You know?
When we get in, we'll have to see what happens to energy bills. I think people have seen from me over the past couple of years that as the situation changes on the ground, I'm always going to respond to support people through
Scottish Tory
it. But that's just about the
Unionists,
short term.
yeah.
I think it's also
Such a
worth
small
us
group. Doesn't make sense.
taking a moment to think, well, how do we solve this problem in the long term? And I think there's a couple of things we can do. The first is to help people with energy efficiency. Now,
oh, yeah, it's your fault. It's your fault. Listen. Charlotte, I know you're struggling, but you got to stop making cups of tea. That kettle, man, oh boy, that kettle, you know, blankets for when it gets cold, just like, you know, don't have a warm house, just do blankets, just wear blankets, you know?
Now, there's lots of you here and watching whose homes I think we can better insulate. We know that there are millions of homes that need better insulation. If we help do that, we can help people save £300 off their energy bills. So that's something I'd like to do more of.
So what we're going to do is we're going to spend public money insulating people's homes when Oh, I'm like, it's just so bad. Yeah, everything about this is like a punch in the teeth. It is, yeah. Just feed your kids cold porridge. That's right, yeah. Yeah.
And we need more homegrown energy here at home.
Just freeze to death in the winter has got intended.
British energy, in the long term, that's how we're going to solve
as I said,
okay, so like, so insulating houses would actually work in a heat wave because it would prevent heat from getting in the house and keep cool air in the house, right? If you've got like fans and, you know, an aircon and stuff like that. So that, you know, you can't really argue with that, but it's still actually not like a long-term solution because people's energy prices have gone up in general. It's not just in like the colder months, you know? Yeah, you gotta just keep the windows and curtains closed, yeah. That's something that I did learn from my stint as a door-to-door loft and cavity wall insulation salesman. So, there you go. Just tell them, if you don't like it here, why don't you move to a warmer country? That's what it is. That's what they'll say. Updating insulation is a good idea. Yeah, they're not going to do that. I don't think they're going to do that. It's all lies anyway.
Beginning, I want short-term specifics. So can I gauge from that there won't be anything in the immediate future, not September, not October, to help people with bills? Just yes or no?
Of course there could be, and we'll have to see what the price actually is when we get there. As we heard, we don't know quite where it's going to be.
Keep your fingers crossed, gang.
Earlier this year, which provides around £1,200 of total support for the most vulnerable, but help for everybody.
But it's a case of wait and see. Okay,
it's shit. It's supposed to be shit. If you don't like it, there the door. Crying, laughing face emoji. That's right, Wintry Mute. Hello, Joe. How you doing? That's absolutely right.
I mean, I think we've got to have this problem where we know energy bills are very volatile. And we need to actually now see what they're going to end up at. And if there's more that needs to be done, of course I would do that, as I've done over the past 2 years.
Bro, it's not energy bills that are volatile. It's the fact that the fucking energy companies are literally just like, now we're making everything more expensive. You can't have like volatile energy bills. Like, what does that mean? Like, what do you mean volatile energy bills? Oh, they're just all over the place. They could be this tomorrow. They could be that tomorrow. Nonsense.
Will you be doing something immediately to help people with these bills?
Well, first of all, I also want to pay tribute to David Trimble, who was a political giant.
What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? I can't deal with this shit. I can't deal with them both being like, we love David Trimble. I'm so glad that David Trimble, big union man, they're like recuperating leftist shit. They're like, yeah, union shit. Yeah. We love unions, actually. Unions are fine. Whereas, like, Kwasi Kwarteng was literally just like, no, actually, we're making it legal now for scabs to be hired by companies who are suffering from union action. What is happening?
Who helped secure peace in Northern Ireland. I would act immediately. I understand that people here, people around the country.
Okay, well, I think Liz Truss is going to get a bit more of a better reception because she just talked about the peace in Northern Ireland stuff. She didn't talk about unionization. So maybe that's her game.
Are struggling with some of the worst cost of living problems that we've had for generations. It's hard to pay for fuel. It's hard to pay for food. I would reverse the increase in national insurance. We promised not to raise it in our manifesto in 2019. The people here who voted Conservative for the first time expect us to fulfil our promises. So I'd reverse that increase in national insurance. I'd also have a temporary moratorium on the green energy levy, which would help cut money from fuel bills. That was very important. That would come in straight away. But I'd also immediately put in place a growth plan to grow our economy. Okay. Because the way we are going to solve our issues as a country, the way we're going to pay back our debt is by growing the economy. That is very, very important.
Oh my God, yeah. Don't forget the national debt. We just got to grow our economy. We just got to go blah, 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 blah. Okay, so like this is what Tory party voters want to hear. Like this is what they want to hear. They want to hear like nonsense about the economy. They want to hear nonsense about like you know, sort of like paying back the national debt because it's all a smokescreen. Like there's not going to be any like negative consequences for a country like the United Kingdom not paying the national debt. We haven't paid the national debt ever. It's never happened. We've never repaid it. We're always borrowing money off the Bank of England, like the World Bank and the fucking IMF. Like it happens all the time because the capitalism simply does not work. Do you know what I mean? So Conservative Party members are going to love that shit because they're going to be like, right, okay, she knows what we like to hear. She knows that we just want to be able to run rampant with shit. And also, like, bringing down the national insurance contributions, that means less money towards the NHS. So private health companies are going to hear that shit. I guarantee if you own a private health company in the UK, you're going to be a Conservative Party member. 1,000%. 1,000%. You know? She's going to use the other people's money line any second now. Very Thatcher. Very, very Thatcher. Right. Very, very Thatcher.
We're going to come on to all that, absolutely.
We need to take advantage of the post-Brexit growth opportunities, and I believe we can do that and we can make real progress.
Fine. So you have come straight to the heart of the divide between the two of you. When is the right time to cut taxes? Is now the right time to cut taxes?
Oh, Jesus Christ. They're both going to be like, yeah, we're going to cut taxes because people can't afford their energy bills. Love that. Uh-huh. Hey, Quill, how's it going? Shafiq, can I get a shout out for Quill, please? I love that she's just making up a thing. Post-Brexit growth opportunities, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I can't wait for them to show us about, what these post-Brexit, you know, growth opportunities are gonna do. Well, this is it. They'll cut taxes for the rich and not for any of us. Yeah, that's probably what's gonna happen. Yeah.
This is Rishi Sunak.
Well, look, we all took a decision to protect the economy and support the NHS through COVID. And of course, we all knew there was a bill that we needed to pay for that. So the question is, should we pay that bill ourselves, or do we put it on the country's credit card and pass the tab to our children and grandchildren to take care of? Now, I don't think that's right. I don't think it's responsible, and it's certainly not Conservative, and that's what I wouldn't do as Prime Minister.
Not responsible, Liz Truss.
Under my plans, we would start paying down the debt in 3 years' time. So I'm not putting it on the never, never. I would start paying it down in 3 years.
Liz, that's simply not right. You promised almost £40 billion of unfunded tax cuts, £40 billion more borrowing. That is the country's credit card. It's our children and grandchildren, everyone here's kids, who are going to have to pick up the tab for that.
Rishi, that is not true.
There's nothing Conservative about doing it.
Why is Rishi Sunak, like, sort of... I don't know. Like, he's obviously a piece of shit. He's like a horrible person, but he's like, yeah, we should, like, there's no need to cut taxes for the rich now. Do you know what I mean? It's disgusting what he's saying. Like, I fucking hate them. Yeah, trying to tell people the economy is like an individual person's credit card. Yeah, it's not. It's not like that. It's not like that. It's not how debt works. Truss's eye mechanics are breaking down. Yeah, Rishi's plans are entirely based on him not having been the Chancellor for the last 3 years. Well, this is it. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. He's being like, oh, the way that we're running the country now is really bad. And it's like, bro, you did this. You did this.
Under my plans, we would start paying down the
He's rich and he's watching his own pocketbook. Right.
COVID was a 1 in 100 years event. No other country is putting up taxes at this moment. The OECD has described Rishi's policies as contractionary. What does contractionary mean? It means it will lead to a recession. Now, we know what happens when there's a recession. I grew up in Paisley and Leeds in the 1980s.
It's so ridiculous. It's literally just like, oh, you know, look, recessions happen because that's how capitalism works. It's just so ridiculous.
And 1990s. I know what it's like when people have to struggle, when you have high unemployment, when people don't have work to go to. We cannot allow that to happen. Under my plans, we will...
Well, let's just take on this, right? So we remember the 80s and the 90s, and you know what the problem we had then? It was inflation. And it's the problem that we have now. It is the single biggest thing that all of you are having to...
So what is inflation, Rishi? Why don't you tell us? Why don't you tell us? Uh-huh. Why don't you tell us what inflation actually is?
Grapple with at home with your bills, and we need to get a grip of inflation.
She grew up in Paisley and Leeds. Yeah, did she grow up in like Glasgow and then move or some shit? I don't know. Also, this moderator needs to tell Rishi to shut the fuck up and let Liz speak. Well, listen, Yan Shafim, you know where Rishi's going with this, don't you? You know why he keeps interrupting her, don't you? Because he's going for the misogynist vote, which, let's face it, are about, I'd probably say like 80% of Conservative Party memberships probably go for the misogynist vote. Probably go for the misogynist dollar, you know what I mean? I don't know, like, will they, I don't know, will Liz Truss's claims of, because this is what's happened since the debate, by the way, if people aren't aware, Liz Truss has been saying like, oh, Rishi Sunak is sexist, he keeps, interrupting me during the debates, he doesn't care about what women say and stuff like that, It's going to be a toss-up as to whether Conservative members hate women or brown people more. That's exactly it. That's literally it,
And if we don't do that now, it's going to cost all of you and everybody watching at home far more in the long run. And you know what? Liz, your plans, your own economic advisor has said that would lead to mortgage...
36% are going for the Rishi misogynist vote, considering the polls. What are the polls at the minute? Let's have a little look. Polls, Sunak Truss. Let's have a little look. Let's see what we're going for. Truss beats Sunak in leadership debate, says a YouGov poll. Let's have a little look. What is this? Bloomberg UK. So 50% of respondents in the Snap poll of 507 Tory members said Truss performed better than BBC, compared with 39% who picked Sunak. Okay, interesting. Sunak trailed Truss on every topic of discussion surveyed, including Russia's war in Ukraine, the cost of living, taxation, and the environment. Yeah, it's like, Conservative Party members... pretty fucking racist. Let's face it. You know what I mean? Pretty fucking racist. That's a big chunk of difference, isn't it? That's like 11%. Wait, what is it? 39? Yeah, that's like 11%.
Interest rates going up to 7%. Can you imagine what that's going to do for everyone here?
Wait, is Rishi the misogyny is just as bad whether it happens to men or women guy? Wait, did he say that?
Watching, that's thousands of pounds on their mortgage bill, is going to tip millions of people into misery, and it's going to mean
I genuinely think that, like, what I said about him bringing up, what was the guy's name? I don't even know the guy's name. I'm a fucking leftist. David Trimble. I think is him saying that fucked it, and then talking about unions. I think, like, Liz saying it, but, like, not mentioning unions might have actually, like, swung some of the polls.
Absolutely have no chance of winning the next election either.
Rishi is talking about putting up corporation tax this autumn. He is talking about raising taxes at a time when there is a global economic crisis to the same level as
Liz,
France's corporation tax.
Your own economic advisor, your own economic advisor has said that your plans would mean that interest rates would have to go up to around 7%. So just think what that means for all...
Oh, he wasn't a union leader. He was a unionist in the Northern Ireland sense. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, that makes fucking sense. Right, well, he fucked up what he said then. Lip service to the DUP. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. Okay, right. I got that fucking wrong. Thanks for letting me know that, Kate Croker. Yeah.
All of your mortgages. Everyone watching.
Right, see, like... The way that Sunak said that, it made it sound it was like a unions thing. I was like, wait, what?
Right,
can you let me respond?
That would be thousands of pounds. Why do you want to cause
let me
misery
respond?
Absolutely.
You were talking about putting up taxes. We know there are companies here in Stoke-on-Trent like Steelite that depend on international investors. We know that they need the investment to help create jobs and opportunities in this city. We know that those jobs are needed for the future and to give people opportunities. I don't believe this negative, declinist language
it's your own
that we're hearing.
Declinist language? What's that? She's just made up a word?
Advisor, Liz, it's not mine. It's your own advisor.
I have lots of economists that are backing.
Oh, okay. No. She didn't invent the word. It already exists. So let's have a little look. A person who believes that a particular country, society, or institution is in a state of significant and possibly irreversible decline. Ooh, that's a cheeky little jab that she's just thrown at Sunak there.
Everybody thinks that putting up taxes at this moment is going to hurt the economy. You can't put up taxes and get growth. If we follow Rishi's plans, we are headed
Sophie,
for a
can we
recession.
really get an answer to this
and
question? So Liz, when you
Bank
were on,
of England...
when you were on the radio the other day, when you were on the Today programme, you were asked if you could name a single economist, governor, chancellor who supported your plan. The one person you named then gave an interview. This is the person that you named, not me, not my words, his words, and he said that in order for that plan to happen, interest rates would have to go up. He actually described it as a good thing. He said it was part of the adjustment that would have to happen. 7%, that's the number that he gave. Do you know what that would do for people's mortgages?
Do you accept that?
This is the problem with your plan. It's going to push people into
please let Liz Truss answer. Please let her answer.
When inflation gets out of control, interest rates go up, that's what happens.
Please let Liz Truss answer.
He's kind of like fucked himself in like a few ways. He's fucked himself by like interrupting us so much. And it's like also meant that his plan is like on the table now, and Conservative Party members are just like not down for raising taxes. You know what I mean? Right, imagine having a mortgage. I know, yeah. Like, yeah, how many people in the UK have got a fucking mortgage? No one cares, man. You know?
I don't accept those points. Any economist...
I do wonder where Liz is planning to get her money from. Well, don't you know Bellatrix? She'll be getting it from the magic money tree that doesn't exist.
...are completely different from...
I mean, well, the magic money tree, which is like the IMF and, you know, the Bank of England, World Bank, shit like that, you know?
Interest rates. Interest rates are set by the independent...
Well, yeah, that's it. Landlords, yeah. They're appealing to landlords,
that inflation is forecast to fall next year. What I'm talking about with my plans is not raising taxes. There is no evidence at all that not raising taxes is inflationary. What we know, though, is that raising taxes prevents growth. I want to be on the side of people who do the right thing.
They're just making stuff up.
People who invest in companies, people who go out to work every day, the self-employed, the people running small businesses. Those are the people I'm on the side of.
Hi,
and the fact
cats.
is,
I think we still haven't got an answer to this question, right? So if we could just get an answer to this question.
This Chancellor has raised taxes to the highest rate for 70 years. Right. And we're now predicted a recession.
Okay, I now want to bring in
the figures.
I want to bring in our experts. We have our economics editor here, Faisal Islam. We have our political editor here, Chris Mason, as well.
I'm so confused. Right, yeah. The reason that like most people are confused by this conversation, right? And I'll tell you why, is because it means nothing to us. Everyday people like you and me chat. We don't care about like these fucking numbers that they're making up, this like fucking economy. We know, especially me and you chat, we know that the economy is made up. We know that like number and line just go up, and that's all they fucking want, right? But they're having this conversation, which is, by the way, definitely a nonsense conversation, nonsense debate, because that's what Conservative Party members want to hear, and that's who votes for them. If this was a actual, you know, if this was a debate between, well, this kind of debate wouldn't happen where they're trying to appeal to the everyday electorate, right? They wouldn't actually be talking about these kinds of issues when it comes to like trying to remain in power. They know that the Tory party is already gonna stay in power. All they're concerned about is how much Conservative Party members are going to trust them, and how much of those Conservative Party members are billionaires, and how much money that they're going to get from doing what they want. You know what I mean? And that's all it's about.
It is the big divide, this issue of tax, Faisal.
Question for both. For Rishi Sunak, can you name a single G7 country that's raising taxes in the current situation?
What I can ensure is that our borrowing and debt is falling, and our borrowing and debt is falling like other G7 countries, because we have decided to put a lot of money into the NHS, Faisal, because it's everyone here's #1 public service priority, and unlike other G7...
Oh, the Conservative Party members aren't going to like that. He's fucked. He's fucked. He's fucked. He thinks he's trying to, like, impress the electorate. Which is interesting, because maybe he's trying to, like, set himself up for a leadership contest further down the line before the general election. Do you know what I mean?
7 countries, we fund our NHS through taxation. And if we want to get the backlogs down, if we want to support all the NHS
sounds like he's trying to self-sabotage. I think he wants to lose. I think he does want to lose because he knows that over the next 3 years, there's going to be so much upheaval, like protests, potentially rioting, you know, pushback on the Tories and stuff like that.
The right and responsible thing to do to get the funding into the NHS. So that's what I did. But because I also think it's not moral. It's not moral to ask
that would explain the opening,
to pick up the tab for the bills that we're not prepared to pay. It's not a conservative thing to do, because if we're not for sound money, what is the point in the Conservative Party? It's the most conservative of conservative values, and that's what I stand for.
Maybe he is saying what he thinks, Quedwards. Yeah, I don't fucking know. I don't believe it, because it's hard to actually find out, right? It's hard to actually find out, because, like, how could you believe in stuff like funding the NHS and be a Conservative Party minister? Like, be the fucking Chancellor of the Conservative Party for, like, 3 fucking years. You know? He's thinking, okay, I can beat Gove, not I can beat Truss. Yeah, possibly. That's what I'm thinking. His taxes will be under more scrutiny as PM. Yeah, true. That's true. That's true. Lose, vote of no confidence in Liz, campaign for PM. Right, exactly. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're all right.
Answer Faisal's question. The answer is that countries like the US, Canada, and Japan all have higher levels of debt than the UK, but they are not following the policies that will lead to a recession. We are an outlier. Everybody understands.
What are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about, love? What the fuck? Do you know some of the USA's policies? What are you on about? What does that even mean? Oh, God.
That COVID is a 1 in 100-year event, and trying to pay it back straight away so quickly that we actually damage our economy, that we end up causing a recession, that we end up in people being out of work, and that hard-working taxpayers who do the right thing have seen their taxes rise despite the...
Yeah, he could have easily destroyed her. This is the thing. He could have easily destroyed her in this debate, but he's like holding back. He's not showing his power level. He's not showing his true power level. I think you're absolutely right.
Fact that we promised in our manifesto.
Liz, hang on, Faisal.
I think that is what is
Liz, you just mentioned 3 countries. Do you know what mortgage rates are in the US at the moment?
Oh, he is trying to dumpster her on that one.
I want to use them as an example. Their mortgage rates are almost 50% higher than mortgage rates in this country because they're borrowing so much.
I'm sorry, this
Canada.
is scaremongering.
Canada actually
this is
has
Project Fear.
I remember the referendum campaign. And there were only one of us who was on the side of Remain and Project Fear, and it was you, not me.
Okay.
What? What? It's popping off. It's popping off.
Talk
maybe
about
I've
this.
learnt from that.
Absolutely destroyed.
It was your economic advisor.
That's his fucking moment. That's his fucking gotcha moment. He's putting that on Livestream Fails. That's going on Livestream Fails. Liz Truss completely fucking owned in the marketplace of ideas.
Right, you were on the Today programme.
Hey, drunk Irish Steve, how you doing?
Who supported your plans? That one person,
God, this
not
is
me,
fucking
not
good.
some theoretical thing. That one person said that your plans would mean interest rates going up to 7%.
They are actually just children.
Be honest with people about the trade-offs involved.
I would
because
like to...
your proposals would mean that we get this short...
She was so happy. She was so happy. She thought she was being so smart by saying Project Fear.
sugar rush of unfunded borrowed tax cuts, but that would be followed by the crash of higher prices and higher mortgage rates, and that is not something that I want to cause for anyone here.
You've just put in the highest tax rate for 70 years. How on earth can you claim that that's going to drive economic growth? And where have the growth policies been for the past 2.5 years to drive investment into our towns?
Yeah, good, thanks, Steve. Yeah, good.
Across this country. What I would do is I would realise the post-Brexit opportunities. I would do things like change Solvency II and MiFID, and I get on with it because I'm prepared to take on the orthodoxy. The reality here is this is the same line that we heard from Gordon Brown.
So, like, he's kind of smiling here, I think, because he knows that she's just using buzzwords, but, like, Conservative Party members want to hear that. They want to hear buzzwords, innit? They want to hear things like Project Fair. They want to hear... Because they're business owners. They're billionaires. You know what I mean?
When he...
The audience is dead because they have no idea what this is about. Like, most of the audience are probably actually just like working class people from Stoke-on-Trent, and they're probably going to come away from this debate and be like, I have no idea what the fuck was going on there. You know what I mean? Like, I have no idea what's going on. There are going to be Tory plants in there, 1,000%. But it's just like, what? You know?
He was in the Treasury, the same line being repeated.
Well,
now.
I must clarify one thing. I must clarify one thing.
Really important. Hang on. You talk about the same line. Liz, let me just read something to you. Let fiscal responsibility slide and allow the deficit to balloon. We've been there before. It leads to boom and bust. This would lead straight to penury. Not my words, not Gordon Brown's words, your words. And you know what? You were right then. And you're wrong now. It's the right Conservative logic for how to manage the economy.
I did
That's
say
what
that,
you said
and under my plan,
That's their answer.
under my plan, Sophie, we would start paying the debt down in 3 years. But what I am
That's
not
right, Jens Fim. Yeah, he doesn't have any mates in the room.
Is raising taxes at this vital time when we're trying to attract investment into fantastic places like Stoke-on-Trent. It would be a disaster.
She loves Stoke-on-Trent so much. Bellatrix, you're right. That's the second time she said it, right? That's the second time she said it. He's going full debate, bro, on it. This guy watches Vosh. This guy watches Vosh. 1,000%.
Internationally uncompetitive, we will see a recession. That's already predicted.
I am going to let Faisal Islam.
I must clarify one part of your policy programme, Liz Truss, which is you say you're going to stretch
fantastic places like
Stoke-on-Trent. Think about £300 to £400 billion over, I don't know, 50 or 100 years. But do you know what long-term interest rates are right now? They're higher for longer-term debt. So I don't see how this funds any tax cuts. It's going to require tax rises.
Well, let's be clear, Faisal. There is already headroom.
I need that as like an audio command
in the budget. We are still able to start paying debt down after 3 years. That is what I am
But on your
proposing.
stretching the COVID debts, I don't understand how it saves any money.
See, like this is the difference between you know, working class people and the ruling class. Straight away, right? Straight away. Like, what they are talking about has no bearing on the working class experience, right? It has no relation to it. They are so far removed from it. And this is the difference between pandering to billionaires and pandering to working people, workers, right? They are getting so bogged down in the details of like how to run the economy that everybody in the audience is just kind of there like, you know, really like squinting to see what's going on. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you know, trying to figure it out. There'll be some people there who are going like, yes, and have no idea what they're talking about, right? Literally, not even a fucking Scooby. And it's so, I think it's so interesting to see this. They are literally being like, please, billionaires, please vote for us. Please vote for me. Please vote for me, billionaires. Please vote for me. I'll make it easier for you. I'm not going to put taxes up. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. Do you know what I mean? This is what makes me think that Rishi's throwing. We already know that Rishi has a motive to throw the debate, right? Because maybe his taxes would come under more scrutiny. You know, leadership is a poison chalice and he does not want it. But Liz Truss is like, she is not that smart, right? We know that she's not that smart from things that she spoke about in, like, you know, the Brexit thing where she's like, 90% of our cheese comes from Europe. That's a disgrace. You know, shit like that. Like, I just don't, you know, she's fallen into this role, innit?
I would obviously make sure, and my Chancellor would make sure, that we optimise the way we are taking out those debts.
Who wants to bet? He wants to put a bet on right now. By the way, not real Twitch terms of service in case you're watching Twitch stuff. Oh my God, Dave.
Heyo, we got 10 months here.
Dave, thank you so much for the 10 months. How are you doing, Dave? What's going on? Shafiq, could I get a shout out for Dave? How are you doing, mate? Long time no see. They both did PPE at Oxford, and it shows that kind of shit is not a measure of how smart you are. Yeah, not at all. Not at all. Right? There's different types of intelligence. We know this, chat. We know this because we're all intelligent, right? You know, she's just literally just like not really thinking. She's just not really thinking. But she is appealing. She knows, she's smart enough to know to appeal to the voter base, innit? Is this what they call a posh accent? Hey, Butter Bebop. Yeah, actually, like Liz Truss, less when you hear Rishi Sunak talk in a minute. Definitely. Definitely.
The point I'm making is I'm illustrating the fact that
like this
when
is
you have
posh,
a major
but
wealth
Rishi
event,
is like way more
major
posh.
economic shock, trying to pay back the debt as quickly as possible is not the right thing to do economically.
West London accent.
We didn't do that after the Second World War. We shouldn't do that now. And crashing...
Wait, what? Are you talking about Labour policies after the Second World War? Are you actually doing that?
We didn't do that after the event, a major economic shock. Trying to pay back the debt as quickly as possible is not the right thing to do economically. We didn't do that after the Second World War. We shouldn't do that now. And
that's because the government after the Second World War was like a Labour government and they didn't care about the national debt. They just cared about like people having healthcare and shit. Like not immediately after the war, but like later on, you know? Fucking hell.
Crashing the economy in order to pay a debt back quicker is a massive mistake. And what I know is that mistake won't just be felt by people living in London, it will be felt by people in towns and cities right across the United Kingdom, and it will be felt here in Stoke-on-Trent. And I don't want people to suffer that. I also...
Stoke-on-Trent.
Historic town on the River Trent.
The mistake that we will make is at a time when inflation is already high. Everyone's already feeling it in their bills. Interest rates are already on.
I love how they never mentioned the national debt is debt to the Bank of England, which we own. Right, exactly, yeah. Do we not take debts from like the World Bank and the IMF as well?
The rise. So into that situation, does anyone think that the sensible thing to do is go on a massive borrowing spree worth tens of billions of pounds and fuel inflation even further?
Okay,
if we do that, all it's going to mean is inflation stays here for longer and interest rates are going to go up. That's what your own economic advisor said.
Can I just ask Chris Mason to interject first of all, please?
Yeah, a question to each of you, examining your current record and your plans. Rishi Sunak first. Could you ever
vast majority is Bank of England, you're right, yeah.
Go into a general election promising tax cuts and expect the electorate to believe you?
Yeah, this is for the next PM. So just to reiterate, for any Yanks watching, anyone not from the UK, what's going on in the UK right now is Boris Johnson's resigned. He's no longer the Prime Minister. He no longer makes decisions about the country. But the hands in what the fate of the country, as it were, the fate of the country, if you want to call it that, in terms of like who is the next prime minister, who's going to form the next cabinet, who's going to destroy working class people's lives. The fate is now in the hands of the Conservative Party membership, which are about 160,000 members. So that is less than 1% of the population of Britain. And they now have to decide whether to elect Rishi Sunak, piece of shit Tory, or Liz Truss, piece of shit Tory. So that's what's going on. This is for the next prime minister. It's not democratic. No other people have a say in it other than the Conservative Party membership. Even people who voted Conservative first time round. Should we just have a little look and see how much it costs to be a Conservative Party membership? How much does it cost to be a Conservative Party member? Let's have a look. Wonder how much it actually is. I've never had a look at this. Oh, okay. All right. It's actually very interesting. £5 per year if you're under 26. £25 per year. Just whatever. But if you're in the armed forces, it's only 15. It's only 15. How is it this? Wait, what? So it's like £2 a month for. So you could just join the Conservative Party membership. To be honest, it is only £2 a month. That's super interesting. Why are there so few of them then? Why are there so few of them? It doesn't make sense why there would be so few of them, you know?
Given how often they've gone up when you were Chancellor?
Yes, because I was also the Chancellor during COVID. And I think everyone in this audience and everyone watching will recognise that that was a very exceptional event that required an exceptional response. And I think everyone will want to know that we get the backlogs down and we support the NHS to recover strongly.
Tiered
So I
membership,
had to do
yeah.
some difficult things. Were they easy for me? Of course they weren't easy for me. I'm not in this to do the politically convenient thing, the thing that makes my life easier. You can tell that from this leadership.
Is it legal for army people to be affiliated to a party in the UK? Yeah? Wait, why? What's that about?
But actually, being Prime Minister is about being honest with all of you, explaining the real trade-offs that we have to do, the responsible way to deal with things, making sure that we protect the inheritance.
In America, you just say, I'm this, and it's free.
And even if that's not easy, that's the kind of leadership you'll get from me as Prime Minister.
I love that America is more democratic than the UK. That makes me feel very good and safe. I love that. US soldiers aren't allowed to comment on politics. Listen, when Jeremy Corbyn was getting elected, some soldiers filmed themselves shooting a picture of him.
But on tax cuts, I am going to deliver tax cuts, actually. We're going to deliver tax cuts for business investment, because that's how you drive growth and productivity in places like Stoke. That's what the businesses here tell me they want. But we're also going to deliver tax cuts in this Parliament for working people. An income tax cut for the first time in 16 years in my plans, already paid for, because I believe as a Conservative that hard work should always...
He is. He's going for the long game. That's absolutely what Rishi Sunak is doing here. That's absolutely what he's doing here. He's going to hand the leadership to Liz Truss now to fuck it all up. And then he's going to come in at the general election, when there's a no confidence, after there's probably going to be a no confidence vote in Liz Truss, run again, and he's going to fucking Comster and dumpster her in the debates, or whoever he's up against, which is probably like... it wouldn't be her, would it? It wouldn't be her. So he's not going to Comster... He's going to Comster and dumpster Gove in the debates, and then he's going to be the person that's going for the actual general election thing. So there you go.
Always pay, and that's what I will do, and I will go further as well when the time is right.
And Liz Truss, on your idea of changing...
Didn't some generals say the army would not support Jeremy Corbyn as PM on Sky News? I believe it, yeah. I believe it.
Economic orthodoxy. You have talked about this for many years. In fact, you co-wrote a book the best part of 10 years ago that set out some of these arguments. In that book, though, you and your fellow
that's right,
authors
Chaos, yeah.
talked about, well, our audience here in the room tonight and at home watching and listening as amongst the worst idlers
right, so
in
it's
the
illegal
world.
in
we work
Spain
among the
as
lowest
well,
hours,
right.
we retire early, our productivity is poor. Is that what you're saying to the people who you aspire to vote?
That's not
for
what
in the
I'm
next
saying.
election?
And I
in
use
a book you wrote.
Every author wrote a different chapter, and I wrote the chapter on education. That particular chapter was written by Dominic Raab, who's actually supporting Rishi's campaign. Just to be absolutely clear, but what Britannia Unchained was about, it was about a belief that Britain could have a better future, and that we didn't just need to simply accept the orthodoxy, the way things have always been done, the bean counting of saying, we have to just accept that nothing will ever change. I believe we can do
this. This is a book written by... I had no idea that this existed. Jesus Christ. This is a book by Kwasi Kwarteng, Priti Patel, Dominic Raab, Chris Skidmore, and Liz Truss. This is absolutely nuts. I had no idea that this existed. Global lessons for growth and prosperity. Kwasi Kwarteng, first of all, says what you do is you destroy the unions. Priti Patel says you deport everyone. Dominic Raab just says, I don't know, piss up the wall and then fucking run away. Chris Skidmore, I can't remember what he's done, but Liz Truss is just basically like, be transphobic,
things differently. I want to change our regulations. I want to get those EU regulations off the statute books. That's something that the Treasury has resisted.
What, Liz? You talk about bean counting. You talk about bean counting as if it's
Dominic Raab says no human rights for degenerates, right?
How not a Conservative thing to do to make sure that we pay for the things that we spend money on. You know what? My mum was a local chemist. She owned the local chemist in Southampton where I grew up, and I worked in her shop. And actually, I spent my weekends, my evenings, my holidays actually doing her books as well as delivering medicines out to her patients. So I sat there and made sure that it did add up, that she could make...
Imagine that. The weekend when you could be, you know, what, Rishi Sunak is 42, right? He's 42, so like 10 years older than me. Like the weekend, like in the 80s, like the, you know, you could have been like out, like going out, like playing, do you know what I mean? Like messing around with your mates, like shit like that. But like, nah, this guy was literally just like, you know, I mean, to be fair, he is like of Asian descent, and in the 80s, that just wasn't really cool to be like an Asian kid. So that's probably a thing, actually. But still, I'm just like, damn, that sucks. Damn, that's some dork shit right now. He's appealing to the rich Asian vote. Right, yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Make payroll at the end of every month to pay for the people who worked for her, that we could run a business that was going to employ people sustainably. That is really important, and actually I think it's
probably not as a kid,
thing
Cynthia.
to believe it.
Now,
but you talk about growth. You talk about growth. You talk about growth. Now look, I've spent my
selling morphine to make friends.
Career before politics in business, not just here but around the world. And if you want to drive growth in the 21st century economy, it's about so much more than tax. It's about bringing the change we need to make sure that our children are equipped for the digital industries. No, this is important of the future. It's about making sure that we can help people retrain in the middle of their careers. It's about making sure that all the businesses here and elsewhere get the benefit of reformed financial markets to get the cash they need to grow.
Okay, so basically what he's doing, he is doing what Starmer is doing, but the opposite wing, right? He's literally like, okay, I'm going to appeal to more left-wing people. Yeah? I'm going to appeal to more left-wing people. Whereas, like, Starmer's like, I'm going to, like, fucking, you know what I mean? I'm literally going to, like, appeal to more right-wing kind of thing. Fighting over the center ground, yeah. DJ Muel just had 3 separate dudes calling me slurs in my DMs and significantly worse. It might be time to get out of the politics tab. Emmy, that fucking sucks, and I'm sorry that that's happening to you, but, like, I can't control people DMing people. If they're already banned in the chat, there's nothing else I could do. Like, if I get out of the politics category, it's not going to change. Like, my genuine suggestion to, like, literally everybody in the chat, is turn off your whispers on Twitch. They're pointless. You don't need them. You know. Just fuck it off. Basically. I just think they found out through you. I'm sorry. I'm honestly, Emmy, I'm genuinely, honestly, like, sorry to hear that, and that sucks, but, like, you know, like, if I'm in the politics channel, if I'm in the politics category, if I'm in the just chatting category, there's going to be people who hate trans people. There's going to be people who hate left-wing people and shit like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, so, you know. Turn off your whispers. Everybody, honestly, do it now. Like, there is literally no point to have whispers on Twitch until Twitch listen to marginalized people and start doing something about people who do this shit. Do you know what I mean? It's just going to keep happening. It's just going to keep happening, you know?
And I will bring all of those new ideas to meet those new challenges because of my experience. I am the best person that can lead this country into the future. That's the type of economic growth that we need to see.
Someone's doing the same with you. Like, just turn them off, honestly, gang. I can't recommend it enough. Like, I did this years ago. I turned off whispers on Twitch years ago because you always get shit like that. It doesn't even matter, like, you know what I mean? It'll just fucking happen in, like, any stream that you go in, especially if you just, like, you know, talk about your identity, talk about your queerness and shit like that, you know? It's really shit. Yeah, a Twitch listening, well, you know, we're going to make him listen. I promise. 100%.
Economic growth plan for the past 2.5 years. We haven't done the things like Solvency II, MiFID, that would have unlocked...
Presumably they don't try this with me because I'm a mod. No, it wouldn't matter. Because they're already banned in the stream. When they're banned in the stream, they can still DM people in it.
Into our country.
Can I just
why does this debate even have a moderator if she's not telling Rishi Sunak to shut the fuck up? I genuinely think that this is like they're taking Yeah, it's like JMM says. I think it's like they're trying to take the leaf out of the book of, you know, Fox News, CNN, and shit like that. You know, if they're banned in the stream, they can see chat. No, they can't see chat if they're banned in the stream. They can't. But if they've got an alt and they're not attempting to like ban evade, then they can see the chat. They can still see the stream. Which sucks. They shouldn't be able to see the stream. And if you are watching, you little fucking fanny, you fucking coward. You absolute slime. Like, literally, there is no better definition of a coward than pieces of shit like you, who are there in your fucking mum's basement. And I know you're in your mum's basement because I'm shagging your dad, and he told me that. But you're literally like the most fucking worthless scum in the entire world. And you like love reactionaries, like you love the Nazis, you love white supremacists. And if the people that you love ever get into power, you will be the first in the gas chambers because they do not want to be associated with you. They think you're fucking embarrassing. They think you're fucking slime because you are. You're nothing. You're not even worth talking about.
Put their hands up. Does anyone know what Solvency II means?
I want to turbocharge that. Rishi, it's about enabling investment into towns like Stoke-on-Trent. That's what it is about.
We're about to talk about that.
That's what we need to get on with.
Okay, I'm going to talk about that right now because I need to move on to that because it is something that is very important to people. And by that, I'm talking about levelling up because our audience here tonight, they all voted Conservative in 2019. As I said, some for the very first time. And Boris Johnson told them that levelling up and transforming the lives and opportunities for people across the UK.
That's right, Stoke-on-Trent mention.
Defining mission. So let's get the thoughts of some of our audience here tonight on what needs to be done. Brendan, a warehouse supervisor, joins us now. What are your thoughts?
So yeah, my thoughts are we're seeing so many services being reduced and put back. Our local towns and cities, the town centres are completely empty. There seems to be no investment. We seem to have a rise in antisocial behaviour there. So basically, how are they going to level up these sort of areas? What are they going to do for us?
Okay.
I'm glad you asked that, Steve. No one gives a fuck. Now let's get back to talking about the economy. I guarantee that's what's going to happen now. I guarantee that's what's going to happen. They're going to like maybe talk a little bit about this, and then they're going to talk about how the economy needs to be leveled up so that the public services could get more shit like that. You know what I mean? That's exactly what's going to happen.
Okay, so if you become Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, in the first 2 years, when you are Prime Minister, what changes will people see under you, Prime Minister Sunak, on levelling up?
Well, I was just telling the audience before we started, Stoke is a place I've visited more than any other, I think, in the couple of years that I was Chancellor. And Brendan, it's been a great pleasure to work with your MPs and your council. Abby's a brilliant council leader, and she came to see me earlier.
Oh, yeah, get a shot of him smiling. Get a shot of him smiling. Yeah, it might be that awkward smile that people do when they're, like, you know, getting a question answered by someone important. But yeah, show him smiling, show him smiling.
On with an amazing pamphlet about powering up Stoke.
Okay,
and I was really happy to actually deliver on some of those things. So what your community needed here, which is very similar to what communities across the country need, is regeneration of your
Hey, Juice, yeah, that's right. That's what's going on.
And I was really pleased as Chancellor to make sure that we got you over £50 million. Something like Goods Yard is going to get regenerated to put new offices and residential in there to help bring to life that part of the town and the city. But also...
Oh, and by the way, to the people who are getting DMs from troglodytes, there is a block function on Twitch, and I advise you to use that as well. Get that done. Get them blocked. Because it pisses them the fuck off.
Also, it's about skills. It's about making sure that all the young people here have the skills that they need, because today's education, our children's education today, is their economy tomorrow. That's what we need to do for you here. And lastly, for your business.
See, he's jumping in the center ground again. He's jumping in the center ground. He's throwing this shit. He's throwing.
Your advanced ceramic businesses, manufacturing businesses across the country.
No, it's okay. I mean, no, don't apologize.
They want tax cuts on business investment. Because they want
to invest in more
equipment, in machinery. That's how we drive productivity. And my plan suggest that we will cut
and I
those
also
taxes,
need to hear
and that's going
from
to be
Liz
great for
Truss.
the
So,
businesses
what
there.
Prime Minister Truss, what difference will people see?
What people want to see is urgent action. They don't want promises tomorrow. They want things today to relieve the cost of living, but also to get spades in the...
Oh my God, you're right, Panda. Like, he does have extremely similar body language to Keir Starmer as well. Interesting.
...the ground in Stoke-on-Trent and other towns and cities across our country. What I would do immediately is put in new low-tax investment zones with simplified planning so we could get...
I don't think... do we think they are going to talk about trans issues? Did she say Stoke-on-Trent?
Stoke-on-Trent, oh.
Because, like, trans issues, like, aren't... They're not, like, concerns of the Conservative Party membership. Maybe, like, a few of them, right? So, like, they're going to get asked questions from the public. They apparently did a lot in the non-broadcast ones. Yeah, of course they did. Yeah, definitely.
Get on with building, and we could get on with those new projects. I'd keep corporation tax low to attract investment from around the world. I know how popular
Apparently the 4-person one was a big argument over who was more transphobic. That's what I heard, yeah.
You know, the products produced here, whether it's the pottery or the toffees from Walker's Toffee, you know, we can turbocharge that. But we need to challenge the orthodoxy that is making things so slow to deliver. And I know people want things to happen.
Yeah, it seems like more
urgently.
of a press thing, yeah.
I'm somebody in every job I've done,
Absolutely.
whether it's the trade deals I've struck at trade, whether what I've done at the Foreign Office, putting the toughest sanctions on Russia of any country, I get things done in government. And I don't just talk, I act.
Chris Mason.
I can't wait for Liz Truss to turbocharge the toffee. That's right, Fat Baptist. I can't wait. Yeah, let's level up that caramel.
I want to hear the two of you talking to each other really about how important this idea of levelling up is, because it's been so central, hasn't it, to Boris Johnson's whole approach to government, written so prominently into the...
Right, so like as a streamer, I've done like panels before where I'm like a little out of my depth, and because of my ADHD and shit like that, I have to like have like bullet points in my head to be like, okay, this is a thing I should talk about, and this is a thing that I just need to ask like a big open question about to generally to like get the conversation going, right? And that guy is absolutely doing that. Like, he's so out of his depth, whoever this fucking guy is. I have no idea who he is. He's like, I shouldn't be here. I can see it in his face. He's like, I shouldn't be here. He knows it, because I've felt that before. How does this work? Are all these people from English parties? No, this is... So it's so undemocratic, Juice, right? The leadership is being decided by the Conservative Party membership. So these two are Conservative Party candidates for the leadership to be the Prime Minister. And now it's like, well, they just have to convince 160,000 people, the majority of 160,000 people, to vote for them, and then they're in. Then they're in charge of the country. True democracy. True democracy.
The manifesto, and we know when we look at international examples that true levelling up that makes a real difference and people can notice costs billions and billions and billions, and a commitment that can last decades. We're seeing 16 newspapers in the north of England tomorrow making the argument that they're desperate to see you two promise that levelling up will continue. Can you say, hand on heart, it absolutely will be, and it'll be as central as it has been?
Bro, who even cares? No one's gonna... Listen, do you think if one of them said, I swear on my nan's life that I will level up the north of England, do you think they're gonna do it? If we give Stoke-on-Trent a red and white mushroom, its economy will be bigger. Right, exactly, yeah. Can anyone in the room explain what leveling up means? It's just a fucking stupid way of saying invest more. That's all it means.
Well, I am completely committed to levelling up. It's not just a slogan for me. It is about the life I've had. I've seen, what happened in Paisley, what happened in Leeds when children were let down by a combination of low expectations, poor opportunities, and poor educational standards. So levelling up for me is about changing the Treasury investment rules so they're fair across the country. At the moment, they favour London. It's about making sure that we unleash private sector investment through low tax zones. We need to get on with those. We need to make sure the...
Disagree though. The low tax zones. Yeah, you lost me there, mate. You lost me there. All this about like reinvesting in. You see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Like as soon as the issue at hand had like a little bit of time dedicated to it, it was like boom, straight back into like, don't you worry, business investors. We are gonna have a lot of low tax zones for you to go and level up the area. What do you think has been happening in the north for the last fucking 10 years? You prick. You know what I mean?
Free ports we deliver are deeper. But it's also about the schools. It's about getting the best schools.
Do you think low business rates have like helped the north level up in the last fucking 10 years? Fuck it, the last 30 years.
We're in the country and allowing those to thrive as well. So I'm completely committed. And what I want to do is make sure that everybody, regardless of...
Hearing these people speak about the north of England makes me sick. Makes me truly sick. Like, I feel sick generally, like, you know what I mean? In the, like, you know, standard way that I feel about most modern leaders of governments and shit like that. But, like, really hearing them talk, like, the way that she keeps, like, trying to say, like, oh, I grew up in Paisley, oh, I grew up in Leeds. Yeah, but you don't fucking live there anymore, do you prick?
Of where they live, regardless of where they come from, have the same opportunities across our country.
Could you answer Chris's questions?
Yeah, the answer is an unequivocal, massive yes, Chris. I grew up in Southampton, I was saying, and now I represent a rural seat in North Yorkshire, where Teesside is my back door. And I've seen the amazing change that I've helped to deliver in a place like that, delivering a free port that's attracted jobs and investment post-Brexit to an area with new industries like carbon capture and storage and vaccine manufacturing. And I think we can bring that same sense of optimism, excitement and opportunity across the country, because that's what levelling up should mean. It should mean that no matter where you grow up, you have fantastic...
Let me just hear that again.
Amazing change that I've helped to deliver in a place like that, delivering a free port that's attracted jobs and investment post-Brexit to an area with new industries like carbon capture and storage and vaccine manufacturing. And I think we can bring that same sense of optimism, excitement and opportunity across the country.
That's going to lose him some votes, the pro-vaccine shit, you're right.
That's what levelling up should mean. It should mean that no matter...
Well, to be fair, like, the anti-vax shit in England is, like, a lot less of the population than, like, America and stuff. And Conservative Party members are going to love, I think, the pro-vaccine stance, because we're more like anti-mask and anti-lockdown in the UK. That's more what you see amongst like right-wingers and shit, because they just don't like being told to like have to stay inside. They just want to get on with it. I just want to get on with it, innit? You know what I mean? Yeah, anti-vax here is like former UKIP weirdos. Yeah, shit like that. Yeah. No, the Conservatives in the UK, that like they like the vaccine because it's like, oh well, that helped the economy get on. You know what I mean? It helps us get on.
Where you grow up, you have fantastic opportunities to fulfill your potential.
Yeah, UK far right soft-sits are the people that don't like vaccines. Yeah,
in the place that you call home, and that's what Brendan was talking.
And like crusty ravers, like a lot of my friends. Well, they're not really friends anymore.
Talking about making sure that community that you grow up in is safe for your kids to walk around in the evenings, making sure that the town centres look exciting and clean. That's also part of levelling up, and we need to get both sides right.
Oh, he literally just said that northern towns are dirty. Oh man, this motherfucker, I don't know what he's trying to pull here.
Right, the economic side and the pride side.
He doesn't care about appealing to northerners right now, I guess. He's not going to care about appealing to northerners anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like, these motherfuckers know that the Red Wall still exists. Like, they know that shit, you know?
Minister, you won't just lead the United Kingdom, you will lead the United Kingdom on a global stage as well, at a time of serious challenges both here at home and abroad. Can we talk about China? Because you've really...
Oh, here we go, chat!
...been trading blows about China today over Britain's relationship with China. Rishi Sunak, you have said that politicians in Britain have...
China is like, so this is going to be really interesting to look at, because like China was a big sort of contender for the Brexit vote in terms of like, oh, well, we can just trade with China. Hey, Nils, thank you for the 18 months.
We're watching the reincarnation of Thatcher.
Yeah, pretty much spot on. to be honest. So welcome in, Nils. Thank you so much for the 18-month. Hope you're good. So, like, you know, so, like, China was, like, a big contender for, like, yeah, we're gonna be, you know, he wants to purge the Chinese from the UK, yeah. But it's gonna be in terms of, because apparently in China, and this is something that I learned today, in China, there have been, like, in 2010, across China, there were 160,000 what the Chinese government likes to call, I think, major incidents or something like that. And major incidents basically means citizen uprisings, you know, like protests and stuff like that. And generally speaking, in China, even within, like, you know, we're not talking Hong Kong, where, like, Hong Kong have been very much, like, you know, fighting for their rights a lot, and there's a lot of eyes on Hong Kong and stuff like that. But, like, within China's mainland, like, you know, within the main sort of, like, you know, Chinese state, like, there are a lot of, like, civilian uprisings that just kind of happen that we just don't hear about. And apparently it's fucking prime for a revolution. Like, lots of people are sort of, like, you know, wanting to get back to, like, Mao Zedong thought, like extremely communist thought, extremely communist ideology, because they're, like, nostalgic about it and stuff. You know, not everybody, but it's been reported that this is a huge thing. So it's going to be interesting to see how the UK handles a relationship with China now that they are concerned that the Chinese populace is becoming pro-communist again, and they were desperate to become friends with China post-Brexit because it means that they could have more investment opportunities, but they also have to maintain their relationship with the US, who are staunchly anti-China, not just because of the competition that they have on a worldwide trade and imperialism stage, but also because they're scared of them becoming, reverting to communism again. Like, lots of people are, like, not a fan of Dengism, in Chinese mainland. That's what I've heard today. It might not be accurate, but it's going to be interesting, and it's believable. It's believable under, you know, under climate change. It's absolutely believable. And then toss in the Hong Kong migrants on top of all that, right? Exactly. Dengism is basically, we spoke about this yesterday, but Dengism is basically the policies of a guy called Deng, who was the first neoliberal ruler of China. And he basically said, right, we're going to just do state capitalism now. We're just going to do neoliberalism, essentially. And, you know, that's something that happened in, like, the last, I don't know, fucking however long it was. I don't know. Yeah, Chinese version of Tories. Yeah. Or New Labour. Yeah, you could argue that too, yeah.
Rolled out the red carpet and turned a blind eye to China for too long. Are you talking about Liz Truss?
No, I mean, look, Liz has been on a journey as well. There was a time when Liz was talking about having a golden era of relationships with China, and on a mission there was talking about having deeper collaboration in things like food security and technology. But what we do need to do is acknowledge that China is a threat to our national security. It's a
There it is. There it is, chat. There it is. He said it. Oh my God. He was waiting for the China question.
Threat to our economic security. And that's why, as Chancellor, I was pleased that we could put forward something called the National Security and Investment Bill. And that gives us the powers as a country to protect ourselves against countries like China.
As the Chancellor, I'm proud to announce that I gave our military billions and billions of pounds in order to, you know, prevent the coming Chinese communist invasion. You know.
Who are trying to infiltrate our companies and steal our technology. That's what we need to do.
Liz Truss looks like a cartoon version of a British politician. That isn't body shaming, Arachnoid Queen. You didn't mention anything about a body. You just said she looks like a cartoon character, and that's fine. Yeah, she does. You're right. Like how a cartoonist would draw a politician, a British politician. Yeah.
But we also need to stand up for our values. And for example, when it came to Hong Kong, I was pleased to ensure that we put the funding in place to welcome to this country thousands of people who wanted to leave.
Rishi, I challenged you on this in the debate last week. As recently as a month ago, you were pushing for closer trade relationships with China. This is not...
And this is the fucking hilarity of the Tories' absolute fuck up of Brexit. Like, they know that they need a relationship with China because China manufactures something ridiculous like 60% of the world's goods. But they're terrified of China because they need to be allies with the US. Oh my God.
Not something you've advocated.
Of course they're on a first name basis. They're not actually enemies. They fucking love each other. You know what I mean? Oh, God damn it.
Government. I'm delighted that you've come round to my way of thinking, but it's been driven by the foreign
That's true,
office,
Kate Croakey, you're right.
the toughest stance we've taken on China, whether it's creating
Her pin is the Ukraine flag and the British flag together.
alternative to the Chinese Belt and Road with our G7 colleagues, whether it's being clear that Taiwan should be able...
I told you, I literally told people we were talking about this like a year or two ago when they had the G7 summit or whatever it is in, I think it was Cornwall or some shit like that. And all they did was talk about, like, Joe Biden. All that happened was Joe Biden just talked about the China Belt and Road Initiative. That's all that happened. And he was just like saying to all the other leaders of the G7 were like, yeah, well, you know, they're going to fucking, they're going to put infrastructure in places in the imperial periphery and we can't allow that. We can't allow that. You know?
Able to defend
their enmity is performative. Yeah, absolutely.
Itself in the face of Chinese aggression. We have led on that. And frankly, what we've heard from the Treasury is a desire for closer economic relations with China. My view is we should not repeat the mistake we made with Russia of becoming strategically dependent on Russia, and we're now facing the costs of that on energy. We can't be strategically dependent on China.
Let Rishi Sunak answer that.
Liz, you said not that long ago that our relations with China were entering a golden era. Those
I
were
think
your
that was
words.
almost a decade ago.
No,
I said
wasn't.
that,
It was
Rishi.
just a few years ago.
No, it was years ago that, mate. I've changed my mind now. I've changed my mind, which is valid, by the way. But like, that's not gonna hold up, man. You fucked it. We live in the age of cancel culture, Liz. Don't you know? You just literally can't say a thing 10 years ago and not have that brought up in a debate. You know, where you're gonna be the leader of a country. So tough shit, I'm afraid.
You went on a trip there and you wanted to deepen collaboration in areas like food security and technology. Now look...
Yeah, Taiwan should be able to defend itself. Meanwhile, they've done nothing to help the Taiwanese people protect their sovereignty. I literally fear for the people of Taiwan. Like, a lot. Like, I fear for the people of Taiwan so much because not only is Nancy Pelosi going to Taiwan to try and, like, you know, fucking basically rabble-rouse. It feels like that's what's going on. Like, warmonger. You know, and they're going to use Taiwan as like a state to host a proxy war with China. Like, I feel like that's what's going on.
It's right that as threats change, we all...
For a foreign secretary, she isn't very diplomatic with her words. Exactly. That's probably why they made her the foreign secretary, Prime.
Evolve policy for that. But look, I agree with actually the head of MI5, who recently addressed this issue.
Yeah, it's a Ukraine flag on her pin.
Clear
Yeah.
that of course we need to protect our values, stand up for our values, protect our country against threats. But that's not incompatible with engaging with countries around the world when it's in our interest to do so.
I need to
and
bring
ensuring
Faisal Islam
that we
on
can
it.
protect ourselves
Let
in the
me bring
process.
Faisal
That's
on.
what the head of MI5 said, and I agree with him.
So obviously you both know China's going to be, or might be, the world's biggest economy in the next decade. Are you willing to, you know, the rhetoric is tough, but you're willing to actually damage our trade relations with our #1 import partner, our #6 export partner, and something tangible? Okay, a Chinese-owned company owns a big social media company that has connections into millions of teenagers. Are you going to crack down on TikTok like some...
Oh man, he's asking the big questions now. Are you gonna crack down on TikTok, bro? You're gonna crack down on TikTok? Oh my god. You know, this is actually a hot issue. a hot issue for the Conservative Party membership, as they know, lots of Conservative Party members, landlords, and what's one of the most popular pieces of content on TikTok? That's right, landlord fails. That's right, landlord fails, anti-landlord agitprop. That's right, yeah, no, there definitely isn't like a large amount of pro-landlord shit on TikTok. Fucking hell, absolutely nuts. Hey, $27. How you doing, David? Can I get a shout out for $27, please, Shafiq? Fucking hell, this is nuts. I can't stand that the guy literally just said, "Are you gonna crack down on TikTok?" Let's see what Liz Truss has got to say to that.
Some of your MPs have said you should.
We absolutely should be cracking down on those types of companies. And we should be limiting the amount of technology exports we do to authoritarian regimes.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. China, famously the only authoritarian regime. Famously the only one. The only one. Whereas if you looked at China's politics, actually what you would find is that they're extremely similar to those of the UK government and the USA. God fucking damn it. Yeah, just China. They're the famously the only big state in the world that are authoritarian, you know? Exactly, McPaul's right. Saudi Arabia, you know? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. They'll crack down on TikTok because they'll give them tools to crack down on everything else. Well, they're talking about the online safety bill, aren't they? The online safety bill, which basically could put me out of a job. And $27 and any other leftist content creator in Britain. So, you know, love that. Love that for us.
Talking to our G7 allies about this, we collectively represent 50% of
authoritarian regime. I've been talking to our G7 allies about this, like Japan, like the USA, like France. Like, what are you fucking on about?
World GDP. I don't think it's inevitable that China will be the biggest economy in the world. In fact, we've been enabling that to happen. But I'm very clear.
I fucking honestly cannot we've been enabling China. We've been enabling China. You know what? It's our fault that China's got so big. There's no way Chinese people could have ever on their own done anything without white people. It would just be what a ridiculous idea. It's just racism. It's literally just racism. Yeah, I know, David. Yeah, it's fucked. Like the online safety bill it's positioned to be something that is going to protect MPs and, you know, stop anonymity online and stuff like that. But really, it's going to be used to, like, silence a lot of people who disagree with the government. It's just going to be that. It's all about, like, Twitter and people disagreeing with politicians on Twitter and, like, dogpiling them and stuff, which doesn't happen, you know?
You know, after the appalling abuses in Xinjiang, after the terrible actions on Hong Kong, and the most recent outrage, which is...
So, can't wait to go back to being a gaming streamer. Can't wait for that, gang. Get ready for endless Fortnite. Get ready for endless Fortnite streams where, like, I try and say, like, very subtly that the Tories suck and they should go away. Yeah, love that. Yeah, literally nothing to do with safety and everything to do with extending the surveillance state. Yep, absolutely.
Which is China working with Russia and essentially backing them in the appalling war in Ukraine. We have to take a tougher stance. We have to learn from the mistakes we made of Europe becoming...
Hang on a minute. Did she just make something up? Did she just make something up?
And essentially backing them in the appalling war in Ukraine.
Did she say... Is she said that China is backing Russia in the war in Ukraine? That's not happening, is it? Like, look, China has issues the same as, like, most imperial core countries, right? But I'm pretty fucking certain that China are just like, we don't want anything to do with Russia. They don't care about Ukraine. Yeah, she said essentially. She's making it up that China's as bad as Russia. It's so racist. God damn it. Hey, Olada, what's going on? Brits talking about bad stuff happening in Hong Kong never gets old. Oh, yeah. We love that. Yeah, I wonder why things got so bad in Hong Kong. I wonder why, you know... I wonder what Britain had to do with Hong Kong. I'm sure it was fine. I'm sure it was a normal thing. That's right, Fat Baptist. Yeah, it definitely wasn't for terrible reasons, yeah.
We have to take a tougher stance. We have to learn from the mistakes we made of Europe becoming dependent on Russian oil and gas. We cannot allow that to happen with China. And freedom is a price worth paying.
Okay.
What? Freedom is a price worth paying. Okay. I don't think that came out how she thought it did. Did it? Did it? I'm pretty sure she didn't mean that. Liz Truss is literally going to start the nuclear war. God fucking damn it. Yeah, she's got no idea what that just came out and she didn't even fucking think about it.
TikTok, are you going to be clamping?
Well,
quiet part out loud moment.
I helped pass in Parliament a piece of legislation that gives the government the powers to block investment in our economy from countries and companies that we think are not consistent with our values or our interests or are trying to infiltrate our organisations. And that's happening not just in the corporate world, Faisal, it's happening in our universities and civic society, and we need to be on guard against that. And as Prime Minister, I'll take a very, very robust view on making sure that we do stand up for our values and we protect ourselves against those threats, because that's the right thing to do for our security.
You've mentioned Russia and Ukraine. The war there. I'm interested in how far you would be prepared to go on that issue. There are decisions that you as Prime Minister would have.
Oh, here we fucking go. So Liz Truss, like, famously almost started World War III with Russia. Almost. If you don't know, if you're not in the UK, literally was like, okay, you know, she said something like, we're not going far enough and we need to, like, attack Russia directly and head on. So let's see what she says now about this.
To take, and you'd be responsible for making. Would you deploy, for example, the Royal Navy to the Black Sea in order to protect the vital grain supplies that are now coming out of Ukraine?
Oh, I feel like they really fucked them over with this question.
We have led the free world in our response on Russia.
Oh, bro, what are you talking about?
Ukraine.
We have led the free world in our response on Russia, Ukraine, and I'm.
What does that mean?
Proud of that, because we're not just defending freedom and democracy in Ukraine, we're defending it across Europe. And I remember seeing in the 1980s the Iron Curtain being rolled back, people gaining their freedom for the first time, and it is a terrible prospect that is under threat.
And
yeah, man, I'm sure when the Iron Curtain rolled back, I'm sure that, like, freedom was the first thing that happened to people. Yes, freedom, aka capitalism.
Asking about decisions you have to make in the future here. So would you be prepared in this war with Russia and Ukraine? Would you
still acting like we own the free world? It's so intense. It's literally intense. It's so intense. Yeah, the Iron Curtain in the 80s. Yeah, it all happened in the 80s. Yeah, right in the middle of the 80s, you know?
Be prepared to deploy.
Yeah, and Britain literally did nothing to like stop the Iron Curtain, like stop. Oh my God, it's just so ridiculous.
The Royal Navy to the Black Sea to protect those grain
I am not
prepared.
I am not prepared.
Thank you for the sub, Alahue. Appreciate that.
To become directly involved in the conflict. We have done as much as we can. We were the first European country to send weapons to Ukraine. We've put the toughest possible sanctions on Russia. We're actually helping with areas like maritime insurance on helping get that grain out of Odessa, and an agreement has been reached. But Ukraine is not a NATO country.
Okay.
And I think it would be wrong to directly deploy our troops.
I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Like, she's literally there being like, oh, don't worry, I've got the Ukraine pin badge. Ukraine flag and the United Kingdom flag on the on my lapel. but we will not be deploying the Navy. Yes, no, we're not doing it. They're not in our gang. They're not in NATO. So no, what we're gonna do is we're still gonna actually like send them weapons. We're gonna allow millions of Ukrainians to die, so that we can fight a proxy war in their country to protect other NATO countries. So yeah, that's my position. That's my position as Liz Truss, leader of the Conservative Party.
And our resources.
Rishi Sunak, would you be prepared to deploy the Royal Navy?
No, I think actually we should take a step back and recognise that we've put together one of the strongest set of economic sanctions that the world has ever seen, and that's really hampered Putin's war effort.
What? He's throwing. He is throwing. He literally is. No one can believe that. Even Conservative Party members cannot believe that. They simply would not believe that. I'm just like, what? Yeah, man, we just like stopped drinking Smirnoff.
We also, and I did this as Chancellor, made sure that
literally the guy with the wife trading with Russia. Right, that's what I thought as well.
Supported Ukraine financially with the arms and weapons they need to defend themselves. And actually, something that Liz and I worked together on. And as she said, I think collectively we can all as a country be enormously proud of the contribution and leadership that the United Kingdom has shown in standing up to Russian aggression.
What?
And that will continue, I would imagine, on whoever becomes Prime Minister.
Another big
oh my
global issue,
God, dude.
of course, climate change. We had record temperatures here in the United Kingdom last week. It was more than 40 degrees Celsius for the first time. What 3 things should people change in their lives to help tackle climate change?
That's right,
faster,
Bellatrix.
Rishi Sunak?
Here we go, climate
well,
change.
I take advice from my 2 young daughters who are the experts on this in our household, and what they say to me is, I talk about...
He's throwing. He's absolutely throwing. Why would a Conservative Party member want to hear about the thoughts of his 2 daughters? They already hate Greta Thunberg. Like Conservative Party members hate Greta Thunberg. So why would they want to hear like about what Rishi Sunak's daughters have to say about climate change?
Energy efficiency before, but reducing energy usage through things like better energy efficiency is an obvious thing we can do. The benefit of that is it actually saves us money as well.
Yeah, the framing of the question as well, what should people do to fight climate change? Yeah.
Fantastic, and that's why I said government should do more on that. The second one is recycling, and that is the thing that in our house we are obsessive about. I know it's a pain, you need lots of bins, but it is something that is very good for the environment. And I think
listen, am I wrong? Or is every council like Manchester City Council in the UK? Like, if you don't recycle, you get fined. Everybody is fucking recycling. Everybody is recycling. Everyone's doing it. You can't not do it, otherwise you get fucking fined. It's not doing anything.
Third thing I would say...
People have been recycling in the UK for fucking 20 years nearly.
...is we've got to focus on innovation, because we're going to solve this problem if we doing the...
Don't joke about that, Chaos. I'll ban you.
Our researchers, inventors, companies creating the solutions to the problems of the 21st century. And that's what I saw in my business career working around the world. And that's what I think we need to focus on as a country, because that's how we're going to solve this problem and leave our kids a much better environment and climate.
3 things from you, Liz Truss.
Well, I was a environmentalist before it was fashionable. I was a teenage...
Fine, so rich people don't have to do it. Well, that's it too, right?
Eco warrior campaigning against damage to the ozone layer. And
pretty sure your council doesn't even separate recycling from other waste. Right, exactly. Well, I mean, the long and short of it is, regardless as to what happens in the UK, or like regardless as to whether it's like, you know, fines or anything like that, all the evidence points towards recycling being a huge waste of time. Huge waste of time. Do you know what I mean? Like, in terms of fighting climate change. Like, it's good. Like, we should be recycling, like, a lot of stuff and, like, not using plastic and shit like that. But generally speaking, recycling, you know, it's not going to stop climate change. And it's, again, putting that on the working person rather than the companies that produce it. Yeah, absolutely, Prime. Yeah, you're spot on, right? You're spot on.
I've always taken the view that we should save our resources. I'm naturally a thrifty person. I like saving money, and it also helps the environment.
A Tory, a tight-fisted twat. Unsurprised is an understatement.
So it's about using less, wasting less, particularly food waste, which I think is
Oh my
you know,
God.
a massive problem in this country, but also the innovation that we need to get the new technology that can help us do things better, whether that's
Yeah, that's right,
electric
Kate Croker,
vehicles,
yeah,
whether
you're
that's insulation in our homes. We can all act, but what I don't want to see is ordinary households penalised by our net zero target. So I would lift the green energy levy and cut money from people's fuel bills whilst looking for better ways to deliver our net zero target.
I want to talk now about the tone of this campaign.
Jesus fucking Christ. It really, like... It's like you think she's going to say something, like, slightly based. Like, yeah, that's right. Like, people shouldn't be getting fined for something that's not their fault. But then it's like, oh no, but actually what that means is that we're going to cut the green energy levies so that, you know, we're not punishing any other, you know, any big companies that want to, you know, just fuck the planet, basically. And it has nothing to do with the energy prices either, right?
Campaign, because it has already become very personal, hasn't it? I mean,
That's right,
I'm
Mr. Dang,
looking at your
FD,
earrings,
extremely
Liz
based
Truss.
on that.
There's talk of how much they cost in the press today. I don't know if they're the ones you're wearing, but £4.50 was the figure that was being bandied around. Your suits and your shoes, which were apparently much more expensive. Chris Mason, I never thought we'd be talking about earrings and suits and shoes in a leadership
I'm not sure
campaign.
if Chris Mason's ever been to Claire's Accessories, to be fair. I'm not sure.
He has daughters. He might have been, but anyway.
On that point, you're right. I haven't. and it feels odd to be venturing into something of a fashion commentary. But yes, there's been this conversation today, hasn't there, involving Nadine Dorries, the Culture Secretary, one of your supporters, Liz Truss, in which she compared favourably your thriftiness as far as your earrings are concerned with Rishi Sunak's choice of expensive footwear and even more expensive suits. And I just wondered to both of you, given that this is what your supporters are saying, and one of Rishi Sunak's supporters replied to this exchange on social media with FFS, which very roughly translates as "for goodness sake."
I'm not sure.
Leave it there.
It's a family programme. Right, yeah.
But the serious point here is, does this matter? Because your campaign teams and those supporting you are suggesting it does. Rishi Sunak, does this matter?
Well, look, I've got enormous respect and admiration for Liz and actually all the other people who spent time in this leadership campaign. And actually, when this is all done, we're all part of the
people on
same
your side,
Conservative
though, and how they're
family.
conducting
We're going to
themselves.
come together and keep working.
Biggest laugh of the night. Love that. Love that. Soul Train to Fresnay, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming. Appreciate that.
Working hard for the British people. But look, I can address this, this issue about me very, very directly, right? I mean, it's very simple. I think in the Conservative Party, we judge people by their character and their actions. I'm proud of my record as Chancellor in helping some of the most vulnerable people over the last couple.
Genuinely do not know if he actually thinks he's helped people, the most vulnerable people in society. Like, genuinely do not know if he believes that when he says it.
Couple of years, and I wasn't born this way, right? My family emigrated here 60 years ago. I told you about my mum. She ran the local chemist in Southampton. That's where I grew up working, in the shop, delivering medicine.
That's going to have lost him some of the vote. Immigrants! An immigrant!
I worked as a waiter at the Indian restaurant down the road, and I'm standing here because of the
coming over here, trying to be Prime Minister.
Hard work, the sacrifice and love of my parents, and the opportunity.
The Conservative Party membership is going to fucking absolutely hate that shit.
They provided for me. And that's why I want to be Prime Minister, because I want to ensure that everyone, your children and grandchildren, have the very same opportunities that I had. And actually those values of hard work and aspiration, those are Conservative values, and those are exactly the type of values that I want.
Like, okay, like owning a business, like your mum owning a business, like owning a pharmacy does not make you part of the proletariat. It makes you part of the petty bourgeoisie. Like, it does not make you, like, you know what I mean? Like, the fact that you have, like, used that success to get to the position that you're in also means that you are now also petty bourgeoisie, right? You know? Yes, there is an energy strike coming up in October, and I would advise everybody to take a look at this and sign up, because this is the only way. By the way, we're watching this debate, and I hope that everybody knows, everybody in my chat should know, that just watching this debate, you know, whatever they're fucking saying, it's all nonsense. It's not going to change anything. It's not going to do anything. The only thing that's going to achieve fucking anything in this country is if we change the paradigm, where we work together, where we love each other, where we care about each other. Get involved. This is called the Don't Pay campaign. Millions of us won't be able to afford food and bills this winter. Of course, if you're on a prepay meter, it's not going to be feasible. But lots of people who are just paying standard energy bills on direct debit, cancel them from October 1st. If we're ignored, dead easy. Dead fucking easy. Just put your email in there. Spot on. Spot on. Bailiffs are going to have a field day with this, to be fair. Do you genuinely think that bailiffs are going to be able to handle, you know, that amount of people not paying the bills? If it gets to like 1 million people across the UK, what are they going to do? They're going to get everybody. They're going to fucking get everybody. They got the bailiffs to do that. Do you want to know something about bailiffs, chat? And I don't take any pleasure in saying this, because, of course, it's a bit of a grim thing. But the suicide rate for bailiffs, of every kind of bailiff, is 45%. Do you have any idea how easy it is to demoralize a bailiff? It's extremely easy. Most of them come from working class backgrounds. You think anybody wants to be a bailiff? You know? So there you go.
Will champion
45%. And the reason that I know that is because I work for the Renters Union. It's an important thing to remember when it comes to morale building when you volunteer and work for the Renters Union.
Let's just directly and specifically, will you disown them?
They don't want to be doing what they're doing. They don't want to be doing. Of all the people who are class traitors that are aware that they are class traitors, bailiffs are the main one. The main one. And I think that's up there with like 45% more likely to commit suicide. Yes. Yes, literally. In fact, I think it's literally official figures, like 45% of bailiffs just fucking kill themselves. Like literally because of all of the class traitor professions that exist, they know that they're class traitors more than any others. That's obviously something different here in the US. What is that in the UK? That's people who come round to repossess your property and shit like that. Come round to like take your telly when you've not paid your bills and shit like that, you know? Bailiffs also don't have the power to do anything because the companies are not British Crown. It's not just that. It's that like the laws that exist already prevent bailiffs from actually getting into your house. You know. I don't particularly like the topic of suicide rates. Like I said, it's not something I enjoy or revel in bringing up, but it's important to remember. Especially about bailiffs. When it comes to morale for other people. Do you know what I mean?
Doris today.
Well, I have to confess, Chris, that since this campaign started, I've deleted Twitter from my phone.
Well, we've just told you what she
I am
said.
Well, look.
Liz Truss has deleted Twitter from her phone. That's interesting.
I didn't have any issue with how expensive anybody else's clothes are. And actually, I think Rishi is a very finely dressed person, and I'm a great admirer of his dress sense. So that is not something that I would, and I don't know how she knows where I got my earrings, to be perfectly frank about it. I'm campaigning in this leadership election in a positive way about my experience.
Self-care girl boss.
Value that brings.
The point is, a very prominent supporter of yours is making very specific suggestions about the choice of clothing of your rival. And I'm asking you specifically whether you disown that.
I'm not going to give Rishi fashion advice. I mean, I've said he's a very well-dressed man. I'm not going to give him fashion advice. And I don't think...
You think they're having an affair?
Really the key issue in the campaign, frankly. You know, we've had a really serious discussion about the importance of growing the economy, and what will help
Right,
achieve
that's a really good point, Kay Croaky. Minus the morale for others thing, it's a good point against the evils of late-stage capitalism. People hate doing this job they found themselves doing to survive. Exactly. Exactly. That's why I don't take any pleasure in saying it. You know? Yeah, you're spot on.
That's what people in Stoke-on-Trent want to hear about. They don't want to hear about Rishi and my fashion choices. But it's maybe I'm wrong. Maybe.
What did you say? What did she say?
Oh yeah, to Stoke-on-Trent.
The people in the audience do. I don't know. They're all shaking their heads. They don't want to hear about this stuff.
It is a tone, though, isn't it, of the campaign that is being set. I mean, something else.
I mean, look at, like, these people are not just, like, upset with the conversation that's happening about fucking... This one's asleep. This person's asleep. This person right here, you see? Like, you see there in the third one from the right? They're a fucking sleep. Like, these people aren't, like, annoyed or, like, bored because they're talking about clothes. They're annoyed and they're bored because none of this has any fucking bearing on working class life. Like, the amount of shit that they've spoken about so far is literally just, like, so mind-numbingly. People in the chat are saying it. They're saying, like, this is dissolving my brain. Because it's like, it is. It's absurd. It's such an absurd fucking parade of nonsense, you know?
That has been talked about a lot, and you've mentioned it again tonight, that you went to a comprehensive school. You have brought up repeatedly that Rishi Sunak went to a private school. Does that matter? Are you trying to say that as a Prime Minister, you will be a better Prime Minister because you went to a comprehensive school?
I'm just saying that having been to a comprehensive school and seen the way many of my fellow children were let down by the school, and by there were some brilliant teachers in the school, but there was also some pretty patchy education, and by the lack of opportunities locally, and the low expectations of what some children could achieve. That's what motivated me to go into politics.
Keep comparing it
that's
to
why
Sunak in
I want
private
to
school.
Yeah, let me, because Liz, you have brought that
against,
up. Hang on, Liz, you brought it up before.
Yeah, this all happened under a Tory government, right? Exactly.
As well, so let me just address it. Look, my parents were part of an immigrant.
What I decided to do was become a member of the party that destroyed my education.
Immigrant family that came here. They didn't start with very much, but they worked day and night, saved and sacrificed to provide a better future for their 3 children. And I am nothing but enormously grateful for everything that they did for me. And I'm certainly not going to apologise for the fact that they worked hard and they aspire to do that for their kids. And in fact, as I said before...
They pulled themselves up by their bootstraps, Stoke-on-Trent. That's what happened.
Those values, those conservative values about hard work and aspiration and building a better future for your children, that's why I want to be Prime Minister.
Excuse me, I spent 3 weeks in Paisley. I've met working class people.
That's why I want to do for other people, and that's the values that we should champion in this country.
Let me be clear. Let me be clear that Winchester is a very, very good school. And I would love people from right across the country to have the opportunity to go to a school like that. The issue was, when we had the debate last week, is I was being...
Are we sure his family was poor? No, they were small business owners. They were literally the petty bourgeoisie. Like, he even admitted it. He said, like, my mum owned a pharmacy. Like, you can't just, like, own a business and not be part of the petty bourgeoisie. Like, absolutely absurd. What an absurd take.
Questioned about why I thought what I did in the past. So I was explaining my upbringing, the fact that I was brought up in a left-wing household, the fact that I did go to a comprehensive school, and how that shaped my views of where I am today. That was why I was giving that explanation.
OK, I want to talk about Boris Johnson. We haven't spoken about Boris Johnson tonight. Rishi Sunak, what do you say to Conservative Party voters who perhaps voted Conservative at the last general election because they wanted Boris Johnson as Prime Minister? What do you say?
They didn't want Boris Johnson as Prime Minister. It's just so wrong. They just wanted a pro-Brexit leadership. Like, that's all it was about. It wasn't about Boris fucking Johnson. You know?
To them, people who now see you as the man who brought him down.
Truss has a degree from Oxford and her dad was a mathematics professor. Right, there you go.
Yeah, well, it wasn't...
I mean, a maths professor, like, is probably, like, not going to have that much, you know, money. But still, like, yeah, absolutely.
Easy decision. It was a difficult decision. I've explained my reasons.
Not a typical journey through education.
But it was a decision I made on principle. And that's what you should know about me, that I'm
Hey,
always
Beanie
going to
Gaby.
act on principle. And actually, several years ago, when I was told that if I supported Brexit, it would be the end of my career, I went on and did it anyway, because I did it out of conviction.
BBC
because I
stirring
believed
the
it would be
pot,
the
that's
right
right.
thing for this country. And as Prime Minister, that's what I'll do.
Math professor back in the day. Did they earn more money back in like the 80s and shit? I don't know.
On principle.
I just want to pick that up with Liz Truss. You're sort of apologetic about the previous support for the Remain campaign, but you were central to the most egregious example of what Leave campaigners refer to as Project Fear, that it would cost £4,300 per household. Now, I want to know, I know you think that's probably an error, but do you think that that was a forecast mistake, or was it sort of knowingly misleading, or do you think it might be right?
That's right, Pink.
Well, that's where I lost trust in Treasury forecasts, and this is the point I'm making. Those forecasts did not come true. Those predictions of doom did not come true. So that's why I don't believe...
You were the one propagating
That's
them.
why I don't... Well, I've learnt from that. I've been very clear that if there was a referendum again, I would vote to leave. It was the right decision. And since the referendum took...
And that's only because you know that it will get you political points. That's like literally all it is.
...place,
You've not realised it's wrong. You've realised that, like, oh, I should have voted leave because now it's affecting my chances at the leadership.
Delivered dozens of trade deals. I've pushed through the Northern Ireland Protocol bill to sort out the issues in Northern Ireland.
What?
I've delivered the tough sanctions regime that we couldn't
What the fuck are you talking about, mate?
have delivered if we were part of the EU. And I'm very, very keen to take advantage of all the opportunities of Brexit. I think more than most of other government ministers, I've done more to deliver on the opportunities of Brexit.
Chris Mason, we've moved away from Boris Johnson already, but he is still looming large in this campaign, isn't he?
He is looming large, and he...
I can't believe the goal, to congratulate herself on Northern Ireland. This makes me wonder why they were so keen to shout out that guy who was part of the Unionist Party. You know? Like, why were they so keen to do that? When it's like, they're obviously like, I don't know, it's just nonsense, innit? It's just nonsense. Just tell everyone in Northern Ireland that you did good and it'll be fine. Like, yeah, it's fine.
He's the man whose behaviour and activities in government led to the very conversation that we're...
Hey, Johnny, how's it going? Exactly. Someone from Northern Ireland right in the chat right here. The fuck, we're still fucked because it's A, not doing anything till September, October. Yeah. Go follow Johnny, everybody. How you doing?
Now, and I wonder to both of you, as you look back on the guy who...
Only 2 years until Irish reunification. I'm here for it.
How you weigh things up. So to you, Rishi Sunak, you know that lots of Conservative Party members right now are very angry that Boris Johnson has been brought down, and they blame in part, quite significantly, you for it. And he made you, didn't he? He made you Chancellor of the Exchequer, gave you one of the biggest jobs in government, and you brought him down.
Well, Chris, as I said, he's one of the most remarkable people I've met. I was very grateful to him that he gave me that job, and I'm really proud of all the things we achieved in government together, actually.
The Tories are engaging in cancel culture. Like, that's what's going on here. Have you noticed? Like, that's what's going on. They're literally engaging in cancel culture. They're doing, actually, you know?
Getting the Brexit gridlock paralysis that we all remember, getting that broken, winning that election victory, helping get the country through COVID, standing up to Ukraine. Those are all things I was proud to serve under his leadership and achieve. But it got to a point where, for me, personally, and these things are personal decisions, and Liz made a different decision to me on this, but that's totally understandable, enough was enough. I thought all the things that were going on the conduct side were not right, and we clearly had very different views about the direction of travel on the economy. And so for me, I acted out of principle. And I think that's important, and that's what I'll do. And when it comes to, this Remain...
Acted out of principle. Did he say standing up to Ukraine? Hey, video pheasant, did he say that? His speech patterns are very similar to Boris. He's always been like that, though, Sorka.
Personally, and these things are personal decisions, and Liz made a different decision to me on this, but that's totally understandable. Enough was enough. I thought all the things that were going on the conduct side were not right, and we clearly had very different views about the direction of travel on the economy. And so for me, I acted out of principle. And I think that's important, and that's what I'll do. And when it comes to...
He did? Hold up, what the fuck? When did that...
Where for me, personally, and these things are personal decisions, and Liz made a different decision to me on this, but that's totally understandable, enough was enough. I thought all the things that were going on the conduct side, but I'm really proud of all the things we achieved in government together, actually. Getting the Brexit gridlock paralysis that we all remember, getting that broken, winning that election victory, helping get the country through COVID, standing up to Ukraine. Those
He did!
Those are all things I was proud to serve under his...
Standing up to Ukraine! Okay, thanks for pointing that out. That's pretty fucking funny.
That were going on the conduct side were not right, and we clearly had very different views about the direction of travel.
They don't give a fuck.
And so for me, I acted out of principle, and I think that's important, and that's what I will do. And when it comes to, you know, this Remain thing, and Liz was saying, I do think that we need someone as leader who has the consistency and courage of their convictions. And that, as I've demonstrated, is something I will bring to being Prime Minister of this country.
Chris.
And Liz Truss on the point.
Oh, about 10 people liked that. That was like that sounded like someone in like a meat packing factory. Freudian slip. Just like getting shit like packed away at the end of the day. Sounded like 5 slabs of ham being like, you know, put down on a fucking counter or something.
Point of loyalty that you've used that word to describe where you stuck with Boris Johnson. And
hey Nikki, what's going on?
Admire loyalty, but I just wonder, what would Boris Johnson actually have had to do for you?
Can we get a shout out for the Nixie, please, Shafiq?
I supported Boris for the leadership. I was his first cabinet supporter to come out. I campaigned with him.
To come out? Good for her.
He did a brilliant job of delivering Brexit. He did a brilliant job of delivering an 80-seat majority, including gaining the support of places like Stoke-on-Trent.
It sounded like a carrier bag full of chicken thighs falling down the stairs. Funny.
Which, you know, hadn't voted Conservative.
Where's the ham?
Before.
That's right.
And, you know, yes,
congrats
he made
on coming
mistakes,
out, Liz Truss. Well done.
And
Good
he
for her.
admitted he made mistakes, but I didn't think...
Did she say Stoke-on-Trent?
Historic town on the River Trent.
Mistakes he made were sufficient that the Conservative Party should have rejected him. You know, and that is my view. And I'm still working with the Prime Minister. I'm still Foreign Secretary. I think it's important that I remained in my post. We have very, very serious issues to deal with on Russia-Ukraine, on the international situation. And I thought it would be a dereliction of duty for me to leave my job at that juncture.
Minister, that's what he said when he spoke in the last Prime Minister's questions last week. I'll see you later. Would you be happy to work with him? Would you like to work with him if you are Prime Minister in your new cabinet?
Having spent time with him this week on foreign affairs, I very, very much suspect that he would not want a future role in the government. I think he needs a well-earned break from what has been a very difficult few years. I mean, after all, he was seriously ill with COVID. I mean, we haven't even talked about that, and that was a terrible moment when we didn't know what was going to happen.
It was terrible. That's right. Everybody was wishing for an end to his suffering. Yes.
Faced, you know, real challenges that
Don't start. I don't want to see anyone in the chat make a joke about that. I wasn't making a joke.
Would have expected to face the appalling war.
Do as I say, not as I do.
So I simply don't think that is really an option.
Chris,
Nuke the VOD. Nuke the VOD.
Really, what Boris Johnson is going to do next, is it?
She absolutely hoped he'd die. Yeah, probably.
It isn't. It often isn't, which was journalistically was one of the intriguing things of covering his premiership. But I noticed this that wasn't quite.
Took it on the chin.
Quite a no.
What a legend.
In terms of
what
potentially involving him in government. Were he to want to? You were assuming he wouldn't, but you're trying to.
I really don't think it's a genuine question, Chris. It isn't a genuine question.
James Cleverly, the Education Secretary, he's saying, you know, he's one of your supporters. He said today that Boris
Juice, that's the wrong way around.
Talented politician. James Cleverly will be comfortable with him joining your top team if you are. Are you?
I just don't think it's going to happen. I think that, you know, what's done is done. The party has made the decision. I've told you my views of that. I have now put myself
That's
forward.
not the question. The question was what she wanted, not what Boris wanted.
As a candidate, because I think I'm the...
They don't care about the questions. They don't care because they're just literally like trying to appeal to a bunch of people that are extremely out of touch with working class individuals, the electorate at large. Like that, they're appealing to the Conservative Party membership. So it's like, you know, they literally know who they're trying to get to vote for them. You know what I mean?
Right person to do the job, and I don't believe that he would want further involvement.
I give my 2 cents. I think the simple answer for me is no. I think we need to look forward at this point. That's why I want to be Prime Minister. I want to bring the change that this country needs. I think it's incumbent on whoever leads our party going forward to bring everyone back together, actually, and build a team that draws on all the talents and traditions of our fantastic
Yeah, just pivot to the
party.
nearest
We saw
prepared
some of
talking
that
point.
in
That's
this
right.
leadership
You
election.
do,
That
yeah.
would be my priority, is to try and unify things. But we've got to go on and deliver on the things that people care about. Everyone here wants us to go and fix the backlogs, get a grip of illegal migration, deliver the growth by making sure that this economy is fit for the 21st century. That's what I want to get on and start delivering for people and not looking back to
25th century.
the past.
This is fundamentally a moot point. And what we are debating about is debating about the future. We should be talking about the policies that are going to deliver for Britain and going to deliver the next election for the Conservatives and how we're going to beat Keir Starmer.
And as far as you're concerned, Boris Johnson.
Oh man, yeah, you need to be talking about how you're gonna beat Keir Starmer. Yeah, how are you gonna beat Keir Starmer? I'm sure that's like a huge worry, for the Conservative Party. They're terrified of Keir Starmer, whose policies on immigration, LGBTQIA plus rights, unions, all that kind of stuff, directly agree with the Conservative Party position. I'm sure they're terrified of Keir Starmer. They're absolutely shaking in their fucking boots.
Is not part of the future.
I'm sure he will have a role. I'm sure he will be vocal, but he will not be part of the government.
As a Conservative cabinet minister has said today that this contest, he's called it puerile and embarrassing. Is he right?
Boris already dealt with illegal migration. Not enough for the Conservative Party membership. They literally want like Lawrence Southern-esque boats in the fucking channel shooting migrants. That's literally what they want. And they know that. You know?
No. I mean, this is all leadership contests, all elections have elements of debate and discussion. But we are having a really serious discussion about the future of our country and the party. And there is a genuine disagreement here. Whether or not you believe in low taxes leading to growth and opportunity.
Or some sort of wall in the Atlantic. Yeah, that's what they want.
People to keep more money in their pockets.
Or passing the bill on to our children with lots of borrowing and higher inflation and higher mortgage rates.
That is a serious issue. It's not the
well.
differences between me and Rishi. The serious differences. They're certainly not puerile.
Okay, I want to ask our audience.
They're certainly not puerile. Yeah, man. Like they're both advocating for like essentially the same thing, which is like, the only difference is that like maybe Rishi Sunak understands a little bit more, or like is intentionally throwing in certain ways. You know what I mean?
What they make of it
Hey,
all tonight.
Arthur
We're talking
Boatman,
about
how you
leadership,
doing?
character, trust. So let's hear from our audience on these issues. Julie, you work in pharmaceuticals. What do you want to hear from politicians?
It just seems to me as though...
She works in pharmaceuticals, is that right? Do you work in pharmaceuticals? I can't wait to hear what this person who works in pharmaceuticals has to ask Rishi or Liz Truss.
There's it's very, very easy, and we've heard a lot of blaming Boris about trust issues, as though everything is going to be fine now.
What? No, we've not.
But it seems to me that there's a more fundamental issue around a culture in Westminster that is very much focused on, the short-term catnip of a media soundbite, rather than actually thinking about, well, okay, what are the difficult things that are needed long-term?
Liz?
Okay, that's interesting, but that just gives them an opportunity to say exactly what they've been saying again and again for the last fucking 50 minutes.
You work in finance. What qualities are you looking for in our next Prime Minister?
There's three qualities that I'm looking for. Somebody that I can trust, somebody that's honest, and somebody that's got integrity.
And Mel?
So no one then. So none of the candidates then, mate. Like, none of them. Like, why are you even here? Like, what? Yeah, also, it's the same. That's just one thing. It's just one thing. They all mean the same thing.
Engineer with us as well this evening. What about you? Do you feel that the politicians, that these two here, are being honest with you tonight?
It's a very difficult question. I feel like over the years, the public's trust has depleted, and I feel like the next Prime Minister, whoever it might be, will need to have a high level of integrity and just be open and honest to the public about issues that's happening, whether it's good or bad.
Yeah. So you're absolutely right, Mel, and Liz said the same thing, as did Julie. So one of my first jobs is to try and restore trust in government. And actually, as all of you said, but Mel, you said at the end, that's about being honest. That's how you start restoring trust, about being honest. And as you can see in this election, I have not taken the easy road, right? In saying the things that I'm saying about the challenges facing our economy and what it's going to require to fix them, that doesn't make my life any easier. I'm doing it because I want to be honest with all of you. I want to be honest with everyone.
Okay, I need to get to Liz Truss now.
Well, hang on, this is really important. But the next way that we restore trust, after being honest, is delivering things.
Okay, Shafiq.
And whether it's getting the backlogs down, whether it's illegal migration, it's getting on and doing the hard work of government that Julie talked about, actually, in her opening thing. Okay. And it's acknowledging that we can't necessarily have everything. We've got to acknowledge the trade-offs in life. And actually, we've had a lot of trying to have
I will do a stretch, Jane, and
I think there's a lot of what we're hearing tonight, which is the same old, let's have our cake and eat it.
Government's
not about that.
I think restoring trust in politics is about keeping your promises. And when we were elected in 2019, we promised we wouldn't put up taxes, including national insurance. That's why I spoke out against it in Cabinet. We didn't need to do it. There was money left in the budget not to do it, but those taxes were put up. And I think it's that kind of thing, politicians not following through on their promises, that destroys trust.
Okay, now...
And I'm
Yeah, but you're talking about, like, lowering the national insurance, which basically means the NHS is going to get less money. Because you've already underfunded it. You've already skimmed a bunch of national insurance off that has, you know what I mean, that isn't going towards the NHS. And now you're talking about lowering that even more.
Somebody who always keeps my promises. Right. I'm straightforward, I'm honest, I'm straight talking. I might not be the slickest presenter in the business, but I do what I say I will do. Okay. I've done it in trade, I've done it in the Foreign Office, and I will do it as Prime Minister.
You say you're straight talking. I want yes and no answers on this. We have a few quick-fire questions. Yes or no? Quite simple, because we're running out of time. First of all, those huge queues that we have seen over the weekend.
Turning into sludge.
Half a laptop. Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch, and thank you so much for supporting the stream. Don't forget, chat, you've only got till the end of the stream on Thursday in order to hit the £800 dono goal for this month. There's the link in the chat. Sub off Twitch. Basically, if you subscribe off Twitch, it means a couple of things. It means that we make a bit of a statement to the people at Twitch, which we've already had a reason to do that in today's stream, in that there are just disgusting individuals on this platform who Twitch does nothing about, and they make people suffer. So we're making a statement to Twitch to listen to marginalized voices, and also it means 100% of the money that you spend on the stream goes directly to me, your boy. If we hit the £800 before the end of Thursday's stream, that means you'll be getting a bonus stream next month on one of the days that I don't normally stream, like a Friday or a Saturday. Imagine that. And on that day, I'll be doing a Gandalf cosplay and be playing Battle for Middle-earth 2. For most of the day. So that'll be very fun. That'll be very cool. That'll be very gay. And we'll all enjoy it. Make sure you sub off Twitch. If you're financially able to support the stream, I would really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Does Truss have family with investments in private healthcare because May bought in private G4S prisons when her husband was a major shareholder? That is what every Tory does. That's literally what every Tory does. Like, it's... You know, even if it's their mates, even if it's like their partners, like it doesn't matter. Like if there's a chance for them to earn a bit of money from parties donating directly to them, they're gonna do it. They are literally just gonna do it. It's just cronyism. You know what I mean?
Weekend in Dover, in Folkestone. Is Brexit to blame for those queues? Yes or no?
No.
Categorical.
Can you believe the BBC right now? I mean, I can, but this is like absurd. This is literally like the day-to-day kind of shit, brass eye kind of shit. I swear to God. It's literally like, okay, I just want yes or no answers now. Is Brexit to blame for anything? No.
2 more strikes coming this week, 2 more train strikes. Will you ban strikes on essential public services like the railways?
Yes, it's a manifesto commitment.
Will you ban strikes? Yes. Fucking, all right, let's see you try.
And we need to deliver it.
Very clear. Will you publish your full tax affairs if you're Prime Minister?
Yes.
You're making this easy. As Prime Minister, what marks would you give Boris Johnson out of 10, Liz Truss?
7.
7. Rishi Sunak?
You know what? My views are clear. When he was great, and it got to a point where we need to move forward. And
what does that mean? 5 out of 10?
Well, actually, in delivering a solution to Brexit and winning an election, that's a 10 out of 10, right? You've got to give the guy credit for that. No one else can.
Hey, Jojo, how you doing? Right. Oh, my God.
And finally...
That's the biggest applause of the night. That's the biggest applause of the night, where he was like, you know what, Boris Johnson, fair enough, mate. Makes no sense. Just makes absolutely no sense. God damn it.
We have a couple of minutes left. So this last question, I want you to address each other.
Go
You've
follow
both worked
Jojo,
together in
everybody.
government
She's
for a
great.
long time. You've sat around the cabinet table. You know each other well. Liz Truss, if you lose this contest and Rishi Sunak becomes the next Prime Minister, what quality does he need to work on in order to be the best possible Prime
Hey, Welsh Bunny, what's going on?
What quality?
Well, Rishi, it's been fantastic working with you. We've always got on well, and I think we've shared a belief in Britain. I've already said that you're a sharp dresser, so that's not something you need to work on. But the thing I think you should work on, and I want to work on this with you, and
right,
if I
Juice,
win,
yeah.
I would love you to be part of my team, is taking more risks and being bolder, because I think that's what we need to do as a country.
Okay, and
we
Rishi,
cannot just have more business as usual.
We're running out of time. Rishi Sunak, what quality would Liz Truss need to work on if she were to become Prime Minister?
You know, we had this in another debate, and I'm not going to do it again because I have enormous respect and admiration for Liz, and she deserves huge credit for being a big part of standing up to Russia over the last 6 months. She's worked
It's all just a game. It's all just a game. You know what I mean? It's literally like Shafiq said before, that enmity is performative. Like, they're not bothered.
me with foreign ministers across the world to ensure we had a very robust response to that. I saw her at
Ask
her best
cringe questions,
doing
get
that,
cringe
and
answers.
respond
That's
more
right.
us than that we disagree on. And as I said, we're all part of the same team, we're the same family, and we're going to come together and work hard.
Yeah, she means risks to cut taxes, right?
And would you work together in government?
Of course I would.
It is literally, it's just a joke. It's just a joke. Will you work together in government? Will you kiss each other on the mouth to make up? You know?
And so that is it. Rishi Sunak, Liz Truss, thank you both very much for joining us tonight. That brings us to the end of our debate this evening. There is...
Oh, Welsh Bunny, I'm sorry to hear that. Can we get some love in the chat for Welsh Bunny, please? I'm sorry you've had to go through that.
Of course, a very long summer ahead for
yeah.
Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss.
Shut the fuck up. We're done with that. Oh my God, chat. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Can you believe that we managed to get through it and we managed to deal with the debate in Stoke-on-Trent? One more time!
Pussycat, where have you been?
Well, I've been all over this week.
Let's see those dance emotes in the chat.
But, you know, my favourite place I've been to...
Stoke-on-Trent, oh yeah, to Stoke-on-Trent. Historic town on the River Trent.
Come on!
It's a vibrant mix of the great and the good, like Reginald Spitfire Mitchell and Josiah Wedgwood. Come and lose yourself in the Pottery Shopping Centre. Why not try a snap at your oat cake? It's a culinary adventure. Come to Stoke-on-Trent and see just what it meant by that welcome phrase of
Hey up, Duck, it's Stoke-on-Trent. Yeah!
My work here is done.
I fucking love that so much. It's so good. Right, listen. That's the painful part of the stream over. It's the painful part of the stream over. You know what we're doing now, chat, don't you? We're looking at more weird guys in the woods. Let's fucking go. That's what we're going to be doing. That's what we're going to be checking out. That's what's going down. So, don't forget, chat. Take meds if you need to take your meds. Get up, have a little stretch. Stretch your legs. Use the toilet. All that nonsense. Do things that you need to do. It'll take a couple of minutes. I'll meet you back here in about 5. All right. In a bit. Right. Oh. Don't stretch your legs while you're in the toilet. Or get stuck in the U-bend. That's fair enough. More goulash stunlock? Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully. Right. Okay. Switching it up. We're getting back into just chatting. Boom. Here's what I've got for you today. 13 plus survival gardening crops to grow to live off your garden. This guy might not be a weird guy in the woods. This guy might be, like last night, an okay guy in the woods. An informative guy in the woods. He's looking like a bit of a cheeky fella. From what I can see so far. I'm glad I never have to hear Rishi Sunak speaking again. That's not true. There's definitely multiple occasions where you might have to hear him speak. I'm sorry to break it to you. Muel, if you were to live alone in the woods, what would be the main activity that you'd do to keep yourself entertained? Well, I'm glad you asked, Juice. The main thing that I would be doing if I lived alone in the woods would be farming. That's the main thing I'd be doing to keep myself entertained. Because if I lived alone in the woods, I probably wouldn't be able to get to the supermarkets that much. So probably just a lot of time farming, really. Might play the guitar, you know? Informative is good, but there really is no grow this list I've ever agreed with. You've got to work with your biome. That's true. That's true. There was a gigantic moth in my bathroom last night. Its body was the size of my little finger. Holy shit, that is big. What would you farm? Well, we're gonna find out in this video. I mean, potatoes is definitely a given, I think. Because, like, they grow in loads of different places. As long as it's, like, warm. And I think it's gonna be, like, very warm in the future. So, you know. All right. It's time for the new scene. We're doing it. All right. Let's check this guy out. Rob Greenfield. What's he got to say? This guy's got chapters to his videos and everything. This guy's got chapters to his fucking videos. You'd grow tobacco for trading. That is extremely, extremely unethical. There's no way I'd be doing that shit.
Greenfield here, and today I'm going to talk to you about the survival garden. What I mean...
Okay, so is this guy in Britain? The fit is promising. I love his shorts.
By that is a garden where you don't have to go to the grocery stores or the restaurants, and you can live off of this. It can produce your calories, it can produce your nutrients, and at the very least, it can get you through weeks or months of not having to go to the grocery store. So this is the survival garden.
We're back in it, chat. We're back in it. You know what stream it is. It's the fucking commune stream. Let's go!
Okay, so why would I be the one to talk to you about the survival garden? Well, I recently finished...
Is this the barefoot guy? Wait, what? The barefoot guy? Has he got his feet out?
Year-long project of growing and foraging 100% of my food. So for 1 year, every single thing that I ate either came from...
Oh, he's in the States. Oh, he's in the States there?
Or that I foraged from the wild. Down to the salt, the oil, all my calories, my nutrients, my protein, my fat, you name it. So I have quite a bit of experience. And this survival garden that...
This guy's legit just like, I shot cats. I killed cats and ate them.
I'm going to be talking about today is...
Oh my god, he has got his feet out. He's got his feet out. He has got his feet out.
Specifically going to be for where I did this project, which is Central Florida. So this survival garden is more for a warmer climate, but there's a lot that you'll be able to learn from...
Bro, then why are you sat in a woods in Britain? Content warning for feet. I'm disgusted by feet. Okay, yeah, that's yeah.
I'm now pretty tipsy from drinking every time Stoke-on-Trent was mentioned.
Active Bellatrix, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you. John Twitch, if you're watching this stream, it should be known that I did not encourage a drinking game. So you can't fucking ban me just because someone decided to do that in my chat. They didn't tell me they were going to do it. I have no idea. So yeah, you know. All right. There you go. Watch out. Bunch of feet going on. The British are basically just feet anyway. You have to see his video about living the barefoot life.
This video, no matter where you are.
The British are more like thumbs, I agree.
Wherever you are, you can grow an incredible amount of food. It's just...
What if I live in the Sahara, bro?
It's a matter of adapting to the correct plants that are designed to not just survive, but thrive in your area. So, I'm going to start off right away.
What if I live in the Sahara, bro? Am I going to like eat fucking cactus or some shit, you know?
Calories.
Like, yeah, living in Florida means you can grow a lot, so much more than anywhere else in the world because of the climate and like the humidity and shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they call tropical regions. They call tropical regions like the breadbasket of the earth or some shit in it. You know what I mean?
Number one, I'm going to share sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are a truly amazing crop. A lot of us know sweet potatoes for the potato itself, but what a lot of people don't realize is that the greens are edible as well.
That's pretty cool.
Between the nutritious greens and the calorie-dense tubers, they're one of the most important crops that can be grown as far as putting out an incredible amount of calories and nutrients. I probably grew 600 pounds of sweet potatoes in my year of growing and foraging all my food, and I'm just blown away.
Sweet potatoes do slap. I agree.
Now, a lot of people imagine these little orange ones at the grocery store, but they come in all shapes and sizes. I've seen sweet potatoes that are up to 13 pounds. And I've been blown away at how much sweet potatoes you can grow in a relatively small amount of space.
Keep meaning to look into yams more. There's a species that's easy to turn into estrogen and progesterone. I was told by our lovely, gorgeous, beautiful friend, Sophie from Mars, that's what they did in ancient Greece, is they ate a certain variety of wild yams that has a lot of estrogen in. Trans women in Greece. So there you go.
Standard front yard.
Hey, Pat Potato. I don't know if the leaves are tasty. It might not be.
Let me say that again. It is possible in a standard front yard to grow all the calories you need with different tuber crops. So, the second one that I'm going to talk about is called cassava or yucca. And for those of you who still haven't heard either of those words, it is what tapioca is made out of. So this is the true survival food. Over 1 billion people around the world depend.
Oh, it's like that starch thing, right? Okay. Right. Okay.
On it for their very survival. It's twice.
This shit is like not good for you. It's got like a really high, like, insulin, like it could basically, like, it's got a high glycemic index, which means it, like, so you know when you eat a bunch of potatoes and you're like, oh, I'm gonna pass out, right? That's because like potatoes that are high starch, and also like white rice and shit like that that's got like a lot of starch in it, that will give you like an insulin spike, and it can cause like heart palpitations. It can like make you fucking pass out and shit. It's like not really ideal to have in your regular diet kind of thing. So yeah, I don't know.
As calorie dense as sweet potatoes at about 700 calories per pound is what I've read. So it is.
No, estrogen is not spelled estrogen in the UK. No, that was just a typo from someone in chat. But hey, Emily Carlson. Hey, Alahui, what's going on? Tapioca is something from my country. Kisses from Brazil. Hello, Alahui, how are you doing?
It's truly, truly calorie dense. A couple pounds of this per day meets your calorie needs. That said, it doesn't have a lot of nutrients, but we'll get into the nutrient crops soon. So the beautiful thing about cassava is you literally just take a stick of it, a branch, you take that branch, you stick it into the ground, come back 12 months later, and you've got yourself a whole cassava tree or bush or whatever you want to call it with the tuber under the ground. You don't plant it like a potato, you plant it with a little cutting, basically. And you can actually eat the leaves as well. Now, cassava or yucca has cyanide in it, but a lot of foods have cyanide in it, and it's just a matter of cooking it the right way. Again, 1 billion people live on this around the world, so you just have to cook.
Well, it's like apple pips have got cyanide in it, you know what I mean?
So that's yucca or cassava. One plant can put out 10, 20 pounds of tubers from one plant. And the average one that I've gotten in Central Florida is...
Yeah, you're definitely not going to be able to grow this in the UK. There's no fucking way. The plant would just, like, die immediately. A British person would, like, look at this plant and it would fucking shrivel and die. Probably catch on fire as well.
Probably around 5 to 10 pounds of tubers. So that is cassava or yucca.
One of my neighbors in Florida thought our cassava was a pot plant.
Another really, really great tuber.
So yeah, like just growing that anywhere in the US, and like if you're like a black person or like Latino or whatever, you know, it's gonna be fucking a lot more different. Do you know what I mean? If you just want to like grow that in your garden and like some fucking piece of shit white supremacist is like, can you believe it? They're growing pot in their in their yard. Let's call the cops. You know, it's gonna be a lot different. You know, depending on who you are and like where you choose to do this shit. You know what I mean? God fucking damn it. What's the advantage of sweet potato over light potato? I actually just think it's the lack of starch and it's a complex carbohydrate rather than a standard carbohydrate.
Another calorie-dense crop, and that is yams.
Yams.
The genus and species.
Why do a lot of Americans add like another YA to it? You know, when like they say like yams, it's yams, bro. Fucking yams, not yams. Yams. I love yams. No, bro, it's yams. Fucking yams. There's not 2 syllables in that. Why are you adding another syllable? Just making it more difficult for yourself. Why are you doing that? Like, imagine, like, some Americans say laptop. Laptop. Like, they add like 2 syllables to the word laptop. 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 Like, what the fuck is that?
That I've worked with is Dioscorea alata, if that's how you pronounce it. And in Florida, this has actually become invasive. It is made out of cultivation. I believe it's originally from Asia, possibly Africa too. And it's a commonly grown crop for many people around the world. Now, when I say yam, a lot of people think of the...
Stop making fun of my bad accent. Never.
The orange ones that you get at the grocery store, which we call sweet potatoes and yams interchangeably.
Listen, I literally...
Yam, the largest one that I've ever harvested was
can't win in the accent making fun of competition.
I weigh about 150, 155 pounds. The one I
look at these fucking crusties. Jesus fucking Christ. They're just like, oh man, like, you know, every single one of these guys, I could, you know what I mean, like patchouli, I could smell them through the screen. I could smell, damn, it smells fucking crazy in there.
Harvested, the biggest one was 157 pounds. So the size of
Russell Brand visiting
get massive. An average one might be 10, 20, 30 pounds is not abnormal. And the beautiful thing about all 3 of these first crops is that most of them, you can largely set them and forget them.
Used to do cookouts with guys like this. Yeah, Goblin Hugger has like a specific memory of that smell.
Especially yucca or cassava. Those are drought tolerant. They don't need a lot of nutrients. And 12 months later, you come back and you can have a whole survival garden. You can do your fence around your property all with yucca and yams and just have a living...
Step 1 for the commune farm, be in Florida or somewhere with a tropical climate. You know what I mean? Like, queer people are not going to do well with the with this guy's survival farm if you need to be in Florida for this. You know what I mean? We're not going to have a good time doing this. I knew a guy who used to grow massive stuff in his allotment, and he confided to me that nothing goes down his toilet. Okay, so listen, this is a thing that we have to, like, get out of our minds. And I learned this by going to Blue Dot Festival this weekend. Yes, very crusty. I know I'm taking the piss out of crusty guys, but I'm literally just about to talk about how we need to change our attitudes to shit and piss. Okay? So, like, our sewage system is destroying the environment. Our sewage is literally like killing the environment, and we have to fucking change that. It's not just like toxic waste from chemicals that we put down the sink and down the, you know, down the shower and what have you, but our shit and piss also literally, like, you know, just like goes into the sea where it doesn't like achieve anything, and like it attracts fish that love to like eat shit and stuff, and that like destroys the biodiversity in the areas that this fucking stuff happens in, right? So like we need to change our attitude towards shit, and we need to start thinking of, like, for example, ammonium based fertilizers, which are like all around the world, like in the imperial periphery, ammonia-based fertilizer companies were like sending, like giving like massive subsidies to governments who were like, you know, giving their farmers ammonia-based whatever. The governments were giving the farmers subsidies to buy ammonia-based fertilizer. That's the way around that it was working, right? Again, governments that the IMF has approved of, right? So, that destroyed the soil in a lot of the imperial periphery's farms and shit like that, right? So, it only makes sense that we have a look at, like, okay, so what is actually like a thing that we need? Like, so we need ammonia, but we don't want the chemical version of ammonia because it fucks everything up. So what's like natural ammonia? And that comes from piss and shit, right? It literally comes from shit and piss, even human shit and piss. And it's like, all it is it's exactly the same as the shit and piss that comes out of animals, which we use already. So, like, why are we so scared of, like, our own shit and piss? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, sure, if we fuck around and, like, bathe in it, it's going to give us diseases and what have you. But putting it in crops, it's like, that's the natural way of the world. It's piss. Exactly. You know? Never even thought of that, to be honest, Muel, but now you mention it, yeah, we're not dealing with our sewage even remotely well. The only reason that the sewage was in, like, the only reason that sewage is, like, treated and, you know, processed in the way that it is in the Imperial Core is because we didn't understand how, you know, our place in the world is, like, it's all to do with, like, living in cities, right? It's all to do with living in cities, the Industrial Revolution. Millions of people migrated into cities. And then they were like, what do we do with all this piss and shit? It stinks everywhere. You know what I mean? And so it's like, well, we need a way to, like, get it out of the city. And that's all they thought about. They didn't think about, like, you know, oh, well, you know, we're going to destroy the things that we, in the places where we put our shit and piss. But they were just like, okay, just get it out of the city. Get it out of the city. You know? And there was sort of like a really big thing about, like, piss and shit causes disease. And it does. That's right. But not the smell of it. Because people literally thought that, like, miasma was a thing. They literally thought that, like, if you smell shit and piss, it'll give you a disease. And it's like, that's not how it works. We know more about germ theory now. And we know more about, like, you know, about our biology and shit like that. Like, it's completely natural. It's completely a natural thing to urinate and defecate. And we're so scared of it. We're literally like, flush it out of the toilet, out the way, get rid of it. Get rid of it. You know? And yeah, it can be gross and it can be smelly, but, like, 9 times out of 10, if your shit is smelly and your piss is weird, it's because of, like, the chemicals that we eat in the Imperial Core under capitalism. You know what I mean? Right, it caused so many diseases because it ended up in the water supply. Exactly, which is not where it should be going. It should be going into the land. You know? Yeah, germ theory's only been probably believed for like 130 years. Right, exactly, yeah. I will only shit it. I'm running as fast as I can forwards and away from the shit as it emerges from me. Gross fun fact, the clearer your piss is, the better hydrated you are. That's correct. What's wrong with the Haber process? I don't know what the Haber process is. So you're going to have to tell me what that is first. Even at the time, there's a huge pushback on Jon Snow, the scientist name, debunking the theory of miasma. Right, yeah, exactly. As gross as it may seem, looking at your piss can tell you if you need to drink more. That's right. Stop letting jellyfish steal our poo and pee. I agree, Panda. Yep.
Fence.
It's the industrial process that produces nitrates for fertilizer, I think. All I know is that those ammonia-based fertilizers are destroying the soil in the Imperial periphery. In farms in the Imperial periphery, basically.
Of serious calories to be able to come back to when it's needed or just when it's desired. But back to the big yam. The average one, 10, 20, 30 pounds. They're delicious. I actually prefer them over
the Haber process, where you take air, split it into oxygen and nitrogen, then jam it together to make ammonia. It's an interesting thing. Okay, so I'll tell you what the problem with that is. It's not natural. It's not natural. It's not a natural way to, like, make ammonia-based fertilizers in it. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't have less to do with the fertilizers themselves and the fact that they're used so constantly. It doesn't have it has nothing to do with that. In a vacuum, it's a useful process, but industrial scale fertilizer production encourages unsustainable farming practice, monoculture, etc. It's the combination, right? I'll give you that. It's the combination. You know, because most of the food that we consume comes from the imperial periphery and shit like that. But it is more to do with the fact that we're using chemical fertilizers. It's not just ammonia, by the way. There are other chemicals in these fertilizers that businesses are basically being like, we're going to make a bunch of fertilizer and sell it to farmers, right? Another good criticism is that it uses a lot of energy. That's right, yeah. Exactly. Isn't ammonia also super explosive and hard to store safely? Yes. I think so. I don't know. Maybe. Anyway. Manure pellets, etc. stay around in topsoil. It's about scale, not what is or isn't natural. No, it is about what isn't natural. It is about what isn't natural. If you like creating fucking chemicals that don't naturally occur and then putting them into the fucking ground, you're going to fuck with nature. So it is about nature. Sorry. I know that in the West we love to be like, we know the most about science and we know the most about all these things, but like actually, no, it's not about that. That's just like a deep undercurrent of white supremacy that makes us think that we're smarter than thousands and thousands of years of indigenous cultivation. And that's just the facts. Sorry, when I'm talking about whether it's natural or not, that's what I'm on about. You know what I mean?
Potatoes, and they are a vining species. Not an edible leaf, unlike the yucca and the sweet potato. Both of those have edible leaves, but this is just another beautiful calorie crop. Now, another calorie crop that I want to mention is potatoes. The crops that
Hell
I'm
yeah,
talking
potatoes.
about are
Let's fucking
a
go.
little bit more for the warmer climates, although sweet potato is something that's grown throughout.
Nitrates in drinking water has bad health effects on humans, right? Okay.
But potatoes are a standard that can be grown all across many climates. It's not one that I have a lot.
Aren't North Korea having issues using human waste as fertilizer? Do you believe anything that you read about North Korea? Do you believe all the things that the West says about a country that was completely fucking destroyed by the West and is now still continuing to stand in the face of its imperialism? Do you believe that? Right, okay, so, you know, forget it. My advice about that piece of advice that you've heard from someone, probably the fucking Washington Post or some shit, is forget it.
A lot of experience with. I have grown it in Florida, but that is a really wonderful crop that you can grow in huge volumes as your calorie. So those are 4 calorie crops. And the next one I want to get into is indeed a calorie, but it's also a delicious fruit and a favorite food of many people around the world, and that is bananas. And I'm also going to talk about plantains. Bananas are
Hell yeah,
true
plantains
survival
rock.
food. You can take one bananas, by the way, you can't.
My chemist is jumping out. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Now listen, you know, I'm not talking about like we don't do science anymore. Like, I think that that's a really important thing that we in the Imperial Core have to reckon with, right? In when people are saying, especially indigenous people, might I add, and people in the Imperial periphery, that we need to, like, respect the planet more and get back to nature, is we're not saying that science has to stop. No one is saying that. And we have this, like, absurd idea that we must defend science. Like, we must defend science. When I had that, when I was watching that talk, when I was watching that fucking talk by Satish Kumar, yeah, and he was talking about how science and nature need to work together, a woman in the audience, a white woman, I might add, jumped up and said, what about 4-year-old children? What about 4-year-old children who might die as a result of not getting the medicine that they need in order to, like, survive, right? And Nobody said that that was a sacrifice we would have to make to fight climate change. Nobody said that. You know what I mean? We have this like absurd, like this absolutely absurd need to defend like the white Western imperial way of thinking. And it's fucking not getting anybody anywhere. Do you know what I mean? All right, Shafiq, see you later. That reminds me of a video game called Sakuna of Rice and Ruin. You get to make your fertilizer using poo. Right, it just seems like that's a good way to do it. You know what I mean? Alongside the animal fertilizer that we already use.
You don't plant them from seeds. You plant them from a pup, which is basically a small plant. How bananas work is they send up babies or pups, little shoots out the sides, and you can get, if there's a huge stand of bananas, you can just dig one of those up with part of the corm, plant it in a few years, and in a few years' time, you can have a whole stand of bananas. So bananas in Central Florida, where I did my year, for example, within about 12 months, they can be starting to produce. Within a few years, you can be talking about huge quantities of bananas and plantains. Now, bananas can be eaten green, fried, for example, or you can wait until they're ripe and you can eat them as a delicious banana. You can also actually dehydrate the skin and the banana whole.
Also, there's no way that you're going to be able to grow this in the UK at all. No fucking way. Need a Crystal Palace-sized greenhouse for bananas. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
And dehydrate it and then blend it to make a flour. And then, of course, plantains are a staple of many, many, many people all over the world. Those can be eaten ripe as a delicious sweeter flavor, or they can be eaten savory when they are still green. So that is the banana. You can grow hundreds and hundreds of pounds of bananas. You can start it with something that you
wait until the 5-minute window when they're ripe but not turned squishy, right? The impossible window.
Get for $10 or $20 or for free. The next one that I want to go into is papaya. And papaya is extremely versatile. Papaya is a tree, but
you're not growing that in the UK?
It's not your typical tree. They will last generally about, at maximum, 7 years. 3 to 5 years might be pretty normal. And they're a very soft tree. You could basically push them over. You can cut down the papaya.
Okay, so we're like a third of the way through the video. He's going to talk about zucchini, which you can grow in the UK. Then he's going to talk about pigeon peas. For some reason, this is the most replayed bit of the video. Don't know why. Then southern peas, moringa, rhubarb, chia. And then he has a section called Let Food Be a Medicine. Turmeric, ginger, elderberry, peppers and herbs, and radish. So, like, the majority of these things you cannot grow in the UK. Papayas grow here. Used to have a few trees here. You're in Florida, right? Hell to pay. Pigeon peas are Caribbean or something? Yeah, another tropical thing. That'll be the bit with the best feet moments. Yeah, zucchini is courgette, yeah.
A tree just with the one swipe of a machete. But the fruit is a beautiful fruit, and it's very versatile. So, of course,
papaya is
you can
peng,
wait until
actually.
It's ripe.
It is
and
peng.
You can, then it's a nice sweet orange. Or you can eat it while it's green, more as a vegetable. And I make sort of like a sauerkraut with it, a papaya kraut by fermenting it. And then people all over the world use it green as a vegetable, whether pickled.
You've never had papaya. It's really nice. It's got like a really subtle sweet flavor. Yeah, it's really good. Love a bit of papaya.
Or sauteed or raw.
Courgettes don't like Florida. There's a bug that eats them from the inside out. What?
Is Thai green papaya salad, for example. And I love to make a coconut curry out of my green papayas.
Green peas are a great protein source. In Northern Europe, you can even make a tofu-style protein from dried peas. Do you mean like garden peas?
If you're dealing with wasps, a pest that often comes for the papayas, then the best thing to do is not wait for them to get ripe and eat them green. So this is a great staple crop, not as calorie dense as the earlier calories I mentioned, but very filling and very much has calories to it. Now, in a colder climate, something that actually somewhat resembles in my mind the papaya is the zucchini. Zucchini.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? That's nothing like a papaya.
In a colder climate is a true survival crop. I hear stories all the time about people saying that in the northern climates, they have so many zucchinis that they have to put them on their neighbors' doors to try to get rid of them.
Isn't like zucchini that one? It's that one plant, that one veg that if you grow it wrong, you can like kill someone. I read a story about that. UK guy, courgette. Man poisoned after eating potentially lethal homegrown courgettes. Hey, delicate friend, how you doing? An amateur gardener is reported having the worst illness he's ever had after accidentally poisoning himself from eating courgettes he grew in his garden. Michael Andrews, 67, suffered sickness and diarrhea after having just a bite of a courgette he cultivated in his garden in Wet Wang, East Yorkshire. I can't describe what it was like. The taste was instantly horrific. I felt that Satan himself had done his business on my tongue. Seed companies Unwins and Mr. Fothergills have both recalled batches of courgette seeds after they were found to contain unusually high levels of cucurbitacans, the bitter-tasting compounds that can be poisonous to humans. New fear unlocked. Yeah, so like, you know, if you... Left flank vets. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Gang, please, 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 please go and follow Marcus, Erica, the rest of the left flank vets. We love them. How are you doing? I hope you had a fantastic stream. Welcome in, everybody. If you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I am a leftist political streamer from the UK. My pronouns are he, him. We're currently talking about how to grow your own veg and shit like that. We're doing a commune stream. How to, like, run your own fucking commune and shit, essentially. Oh my god, Kasona Fun is here as well. Hey, how's it going? Go follow Kasona Fun as well. We watched 2 hours of Trump being extra fascist. Oh, so he's realized that he needs to be as fascist as DeSantis now in order to have a chance at winning the 2024. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. That's okay. We just watched 2.5 hours of Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss in the Conservative Party leadership debate. And that was brain sludgifying. It was extremely fucked. But anyway, we're having a bit of a candy time at the moment. We're kind of like criticizing this one guy because he's talking about courgettes. And we were talking about how this one guy managed to nearly fucking kill himself by eating the wrong courgette, the wrong kind of courgette. So, yeah, Maverick, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Rob Arts. Thank you so much. Rob, enjoy your ad-free viewing, your sub badges, and your remotes. Yeah, hot fash on fash action. You're absolutely right. Hello, Electric Kitty, how you doing? Also, go fucking show some love to Electric Kitty, how you doing? I will do a hydrate. But yeah, so basically, yeah, so this guy was basically farming his own courgettes and just like nearly died because it was a bad batch of seeds. So I guess like if you like get the right seeds, you know, if you get the right seeds and then you literally just like grow your own courgettes from the seeds that you made from your own courgette plants, you'll be fine. You'll be fucking fine. You know, if you ate them already and you didn't taste it bitter and shit like that. But yeah, that's it. You know what I mean?
Hello, me old chum.
What is the ad on the right? What? France comes up with genius way to solve UK border problem. Join Schengen zone. That makes no sense. That makes no fucking sense. Couple pictured having barbecue yards from where wildfire... All this stuff is ridiculous. Dad got Tesco club card tattooed on his forearm because he kept forgetting it. Thank you for all the follows, by the way. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. What the fuck? Like, all of this... This is so British, this stuff. This is so British, this stuff. Okay, right. Anyway, we're going back to the video. We're going back to the video. Can't your club card expire or change? Yes!
But their neighbors hide from them because they don't want them because they have so many. And the reason it reminds me of papayas.
This guy has done so much DMT. I can't even begin to tell you, like, 1,000%. He talks just like your average white crusty hippie who absolutely fucking loves growing his own plants. This guy is the barefoot guy, by the way, for those of you that come in from left flank vets, if you don't know. He's just like, yeah, the shoes are a prison and shit like that. So extremely crusty shit going down.
Is because they can grow very large and in extreme abundance, and they can be cooked in a similar manner, and they don't again have an.
He's just weird, Stalker. He's just weird.
But they have a large amount of sustenance and can really fill you up.
He doesn't even wear sandals, Kasona, now.
And for some people, the zucchini. And speaking of zucchini,
shoes are a prison. He's read too much Foucault.
For the survival garden that I'm talking about.
Right, and why would you go barefoot in Central Florida? There's all kinds of like creepy crawly wee beasties, you know?
Is a heat-loving,
Listen, not wearing shoes is fine and cool, right? But like all the time, and like when you're like, listen, there's a reason that shoes were invented. Shoes are not just like a capitalist, you know, like, okay, the current manufacture and planned obsolescence of shoes is definitely a capitalist exploitation thing. But the invention of shoes was because we needed fucking shoes. Oh, that's how the giant snails get you. Listen, there's no way you're getting me. Oh, fucking hell. No one. Stop talking about snails. Stop talking about snails. Imagine, and also in the city as well. I'm not being funny, yeah? But, like, think about all the shit that gets kicked around in the streets in cities and stuff. You know, like fucking, you know, garbage, like needles, broken glass. Like, you're gonna get, like, an infection and fucking die. You know what I mean?
Tolerant squash, and for me that is the Seminole pumpkin. It's amazing what you can do with one seed. Most people with their pumpkins and with their squash,
right,
when they buy them at the grocery store, what do? They take those seeds out and they throw them in the garbage.
Just don't think about it. Yeah, cheers.
At least you could compost them, but what you can actually do...
Listen, chat, don't think of a pink elephant. Got ya!
Is plant them, especially if they're a local variety.
What is that photo? Yeah, it's pretty funny. It's a pretty funny photo. Seminole pumpkin is based and amazing. I love it. What have you done with Seminole pumpkin, Goblin? Tell us.
It's amazing.
I had roasted pumpkin seeds for ages after Halloween. Hell yeah.
Most people with their pumpkins and with their squash, when they buy them at the grocery store.
I think people invented shoes in like Africa, like right at the Africa and the Middle East, like right in the very early days of humans and shit. I feel like shoes were just like, we need these because there's fucking like scorpions everywhere and shit. Do you know what I mean?
What do? They take those seeds out and they throw them in the garbage. At the very least, you could compost them, but what you can actually do is plant them, especially if they're a local variety.
I did just lose the game. Yeah.
I had dinner with a friend. I took home the pumpkin seeds from Seminole pumpkins.
You got sensitive feet, Melanie?
From 2 pumpkins, the seeds of that turned into hundreds of pumpkins. Many, many, many meals to come. The Seminole pumpkin is my favorite pumpkin personally, my favorite squash. Wherever you are, your survival garden can definitely include squashes.
I think that's pretty down. Like, you know, you're going to be able to grow those in northern climates. This is pretty good. You know, you could grow them pretty much everywhere in it. You know what I mean?
The next thing that...
So what have we got so far? Things that you could grow in the UK. Courgettes, pumpkins. Maybe sweet potatoes. Unconfirmed as to whether you could grow sweet potatoes in the UK. Unless you have a hydroponic farm set up. You know. Yellow squash. Seminole pumpkins can grow on trellises and in oak trees. They're the perfect size for roasting, and they keep for a year plus in a cool, dark room. That's fucking sick. I love that shit. Apparently, the oldest ones are cowhide. Shoes predate Stonehenge by 400 years, and the pyramids of Giza by 1,000 years. Wow, there you go. There you go, Juice. We could grow potatoes, sweet potatoes, zucchini, pumpkin, and apparently papaya. Well, that's interesting. Did not think you could grow papaya in the UK. My neighbor grows humongous pumpkins and I'm envious. That's fucking sick. You could get like small greenhouse things for in apartments. Like you could get like weed grow tents and just like not grow weed in them and grow like veg. But probably be careful with that because the cops might show up with a warrant. You know what I mean?
That I want to move on to is talking about a little bit of protein. And for me, one of my favorite sources in the garden is pigeon pea. Now, pigeon pea is a perennial crop. It's not a bean that has to be planted year after year. It's actually a tree that will continue to put out pigeon peas.
Fuck off.
And sometimes multiple times per year and even throughout the year. They're a truly delicious...
beans are really easy to grow.
Gandules. They're very popular in Puerto Rico and other parts of the Caribbean, other parts of Latin America as well. And they are truly, truly delicious. I've eaten a large amount of them and have never once got sick from them at all. And in fact, my friend...
Wait, what? Why did he mention that? Is he talking about the leaves again? He's obsessed with the leaves. Don't forget, loads of fruit grows wild in the UK. That's right. Chaos Merlin today has been making blackberry muffins with blackberries that they found on the way back from work. Pretty cool, that. Pretty nice. You could grow cherries if you cultivate a cherry tree, but it takes years to bear fruit. Another cool foraging thing in the UK is mushrooms. There's lots of mushrooms that grow in the in fields and shit like that. Macanato says lots of peas can make your tummy upset. That's true. Lots of many things can make you have a sad tummy. That's right. Blueberries are everywhere in the Scottish Highlands. Is that right? Oh, I fucking love that.
Friend and I actually even made tempeh from them. So there's a lot that can be done with them.
What's tempeh?
So that is pigeon peas.
Yeah, you got to be careful with mushrooms. Make sure you get the right ones. Yeah, because you could just fucking die.
And along those lines, the next one I want to talk about is ground cover beans or peas. And for me, my favorite one is the southern peas. Now, there's many types of southern peas.
You can get cranberries from the Highlands of Scotland. That's
peas,
pretty
for
cool.
example. There's many different.
Wait. No. Hang on a minute. You can't get cranberries from the Highlands of Scotland because they have to grow in water, right? Or do they grow in the water in Scotland? I don't. They wouldn't have the. They wouldn't have the in the Highlands. I don't think. Tempeh is fermented soybeans, or in this case, peas. Oh, soybean with fungus grows in it. Tofu's chunky brother. That's pretty cool. He eats leaf salads like how you do when you're a kid and play cooking with grass and flowers. That's true.
Types of these, and I don't know the names of all of them, but
cranberries do not grow in water. That's just for harvest.
On the ground, it creates a wonderful ground cover, and it produces a lot of healthy food. It can also be used as...
it's got to be super warm for you to grow pigeon peas as a perennial thing. I'm having a look at an article here. They'll produce abundant crop of edible seeds you can consume with fresh harvest or dried to stock the pantry. Dried and split. The plants fix nitrogen into the soil. Blah, 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 blah. If you like versatility of vegetable plants, how about giving pigeon peas a try? How to grow. They will grow through drought, soil, and lots of heat. They'll produce more abundantly and be healthier when you provide them with better resources. Excuse me. Where's the temperature? The temperature is the most important thing. It's not mentioning anything about temperature so far. Okay, I don't know. Maybe you can't. Maybe you can't.
As a cover crop and as a nitrogen fixer to add nitrogen to your garden. Now these can be eaten fresh, or they can be left to dry on the vines, harvested once they're dry, and they can be stored. And the same goes for the pigeon peas as well. So talking about survival, these...
You know what? You're right, Pinklon. We're going to be able to grow tropical foods in the UK soon enough. Fucking hell, don't I know it.
These are foods that when dried, you can have these lasting in your pantry for years. And that's an important part about this is storage. Now, in the warmer climates like Florida, for example, you can grow food year-round. In the northern climates, the key to success with the survival garden is producing as much food as you can.
Yeah, broad beans would be better in cooler climates. That's right, it's fair,
and then preserving it for the fall. Now, for all the people out there who are saying, oh, you can only do this in Florida, I have to say the most extreme abundance that I've ever seen was in the fall in places like northern Wisconsin, where I'm from.
What?
The abundance of nuts and different fruits like apples and plums and pears and berries is it's incredible.
Okay, so he's talking about a different veg and shit, you know?
So much more than I've ever seen in some warmer climates. So you just have to work with your area. So those are a few examples of protein. We've covered
That's a lot of nuts. That's right, Juice.
We've covered some protein. And now I want to get into some of the very nutrient-dense foods. And the really good news is that a lot of these nutrient-dense foods...
This guy is a dingus. Yeah, absolutely. Extremely crusty, extremely cringe. I'm enjoying looking at the foods that he's talking about growing, though. You know what I mean? It's kind of nice.
Foods, whether you want to be self-sufficient and being able to exist without a grocery store or restaurant at all, these nutrient-dense foods are a no-brainer for everyone because they take very little work. They can save a lot of money. They're some of the healthiest foods out there that you can eat. And environmentally, they're one of the most logical things to grow at home because shipping greens is one of the least efficient things that we can ship.
Right.
So I'm going to talk about perennial greens.
Dingus bingus
The first one that I'm going to talk about is moringa.
Why do you say restaurant like that? Wait, I wasn't listening.
Self-sufficient and being able to exist without a grocery store or restaurant at all.
He did say restraint. Restraint.
These nutrient-dense foods are a no-brainer for everyone because they take very little work.
So it's like 1 gallon of water to grow 1 almond and other nut trees, etc. Not feasible with water shortage. I thought that was like just almonds. I feel like other nuts are like a lot better.
It can save a lot of money. They're some of the healthiest foods out there that you
because that's like the same for avocados as well, right?
And environmentally, they're one of the most logical things to grow at home because shipping greens is one of the least efficient things.
I've got herbs on my windowsill, yeah.
So I'm going to talk about perennial greens. And the first one that I'm going to talk about is moringa. Now, moringa...
Nutrient loaf is a super efficient way to take on all the nutrients you need. It's also a form of torture forced upon U.S. prisoners. What the fuck? Wait, was this guy just talking about nutrient loaf? I'm sorry, chat. I mean, I'm like real ADHD hours at the minute and like just not listening to this guy because he's just like a bit of a crust. You know what I mean? I'm just like, eh.
It is also called the vitamin tree or the tree of life. And it is truly the tree of life. It's one of the most nutrient-dense plants on Earth. Supposedly, it's about 20% protein by weight as well. So a lot of greens and vegetables actually do have a lot of protein in them.
Oh, okay. No worries, DJ.
Moringa is a perennial. You can start it either from seed or you can take a cutting, stick it in the ground, and have a moringa tree. You can make a wall around your property with moringa. You can dry moringa leaves, turn it into a powder, and you have your own multivitamin that you can travel with. And it's also a really great crop that you can trade. You can trade others this nutrient-dense powder that you make for other things that you need, or you can actually make...
You tried to get some moringa seeds to sprout, didn't have luck. They have to soak for like 2 days. Okay.
A business out of it and sell it. The next...
Can you eat hempcrete? Oh, probably not. Probably fucking not.
Green that I want to talk about is katuk. Katuk is another perennial green, and by perennial what I mean is you plant it and it produces year after...
On some level, he's just listing off plants. That's right.
Year after year. Up in a northern climate, a beautiful perennial is rhubarb.
Trade your powder with your neighbors is not advice you normally get. I gotta give him that.
Years. Imagine you plant it, and 25 years, every spring it just keeps coming back.
See you later, Allahu.
Annuals you plant once, for example, carrots.
It's subtropical perennial.
You eat it and it's dead. And then in between perennials and annuals is self-seeding annuals, and these are ones that you let go to seed and they keep spreading their seed and they just keep coming back once you got them.
He's going to talk about chia next, and I don't know what that is.
So in the survival garden, I highly
listen. In the UK, you're gonna do well with growing things like broccoli, sprouts, kale, lettuce, shit like that. You know what I mean? Like broad beans. It's seeded. That's right, Grub. It's seeded.
Recommend working with perennials and self-seeding annuals as much as possible.
Potatoes, sweet potatoes. Rhubarb works really well in the UK. That's right. But not like fucking katuk or chia. I don't know what the fuck chia is.
Talk about is chia. Chia is an ancient food. It's been eaten for thousands of years. I don't remember if it's the Mayans or the Aztecs or possibly both that have had it as a staple part of their diet. It is also called
rhubarb and strawberries in your nan's garden. And you could grow strawberries in the summer in the UK.
Very calorie dense. This one also has...
Just remember the rhubarb leaves are toxic. That's right, yes.
To be cooked because it has cyanide in it, just like I mentioned with the cassava.
This is similar. This is similar to like... the guy just going around showing off his dad's garden. Kind of similar. We don't have rhubarb here, still have no idea what that is. It's so weird how to describe rhubarb. It's like a fruit and a veg combined. It's like a big plant and the leaves are massive. Like the leaves are fucking huge. And you don't eat the leaves. Like Stalker says, you'll fucking die if you eat the leaves, but you chop the leaves off and you eat the stem. And the stem is like, oh, apparently the roots as well, yeah. Yeah. No, rhubarb, a root fruit? So it's like a fruit. Wait, what? Is that right? Is that the right way to say it? That was a joke. Do not eat rhubarb roots. Right, I was going to say. Celery that tastes like plums. That's a good way of putting it, yeah. You have to put it in a dark shed and its stems grow super huge and you cook and eat the stems rather than the leaves. Oh, yeah, of course. Right. Yeah. That's right. You can hear rhubarb growing in the dark. That's nuts. You can hear them crackling? Really? So how long does it take to... How long does it take to grow rhubarb in the dark? Eight weeks? 2 months? Is that it? 2 months? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, rhubarb crumble is pretty good. Pretty fucking good. People in the UK at the moment, like, you put it in gin and shit.
Or the yucca, but again, it's just a matter of preparing food right. All things have to be prepared right, whether it's coffee or chocolate or the way you're producing your beverages like beer and wine. once you start to connect with your food, you see that there is a process, a way.
Perfect amount of time for goblin mode. I agree.
But chaya is a beautiful one. This is one where you can literally just take a stick of it, put it in the ground, and after you have a few trees of chaya, you can be spreading chaya to your entire neighborhood. Another one that's very drought tolerant. And with the survival garden, the key is planting things that are very, very tough, that don't need to be consistently watered, that don't need a lot of nutrients, that don't have too many pests. And all of these things apply generally to perennials over annuals. So the survival garden is one that you can walk away from, and for 3 months later, you come back and your food isn't gone. You have more food than when you left.
50% of crops are like from China. Yeah, that's right.
So that is chaya. The next thing I want to get into is another greens, and that is perennial spinaches. So there's all...
Okay, now this is more likely. This is more likely to grow in the UK, for sure, 100%.
Sorts of perennial spinaches. There's Brazilian spinach and New Zealand spinach.
Potato for your calories, foraging berries, leafy greens, and mushrooms, yes. And don't forget peas for your protein.
Spinach, longevity spinach, just to name a few. Malabar spinach is another one. There's probably a good dozen or so that are grown in the area where I have done most of my growing. And again, these are perennials that you
Kale grows really well.
They can keep on coming back and coming back. So with those perennial spinaches and the chaya, the cassava leaves,
you want to try growing mushrooms? It's very hard.
That right there is quite a bit of diversity in itself. So there is a saying.
You're much better off learning how to forage mushrooms, which mushrooms are like lethal or poisonous in your local area, and avoid those. But yeah, honestly, like foraging mushrooms is a lot more simple than growing them. Like growing them, you've got to get like a substrate, and you've got to like get the thing to take or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it depends. Yeah, it depends what kind of mushrooms. Like oyster mushrooms, definitely. Yeah, it's easier to look up for mushrooms than grow them, 100%. Because mushrooms are very finicky about where they grow. Absolutely. You know? Longevity spinach is another subtropical native to Vietnam. Does gangbusters in a Florida summer. Right, okay. I'm not saying he's going to, but I'm on guard for this guy to suddenly go off on one about illegal plants in a second. Wait, why? Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, you're constantly fighting mold when you have to grow mushrooms as well. It's so hard.
That is, let thy food be thy medicine, and let thy medicine be thy food. Now, in 2020, that is, let your food be your medicine, and let your medicine be your food. Pretty basic. Now, the beautiful thing is that, yes, our food is our medicine, but there are some especially medicinal plants that we can grow to really give ourselves that important immune boost, and to really just...
This guy's 1,000% an anti-vaxxer, 1,000%. Like, I know that I'm on like a bit of a hippie tip at the minute, and I'm going on about like, you know, returning to nature and like respecting the knowledge of like indigenous people and shit like that. 1,000%, right? But this guy in particular doesn't wear shoes ever, doesn't wear socks either, and you know, is talking about how plants are medicine and it gives you that immunity boost in 2020. This guy's 1,000% an anti-vaxxer, 1,000%.
Take care.
Like I said, I'm not saying no more science. I'm just saying more nature. You know?
Ourselves. I'm talking about holistic medicine, holistic healthcare.
Oh, bro.
Taking into account everything that we're doing, our food, our water, the way we move our body.
I bet this guy believes that if you just eat the right plants, you won't get cancer.
The way we live our lives, but we can grow a lot of our own medicine. The number one that I recommend in this survival garden is turmeric and ginger.
I knew it. Everyone, all these fucking crusties talk about turmeric all the time. They're literally like, if you just eat raw turmeric, you won't die. Like that's literally what he's on about. That's of course, absolutely. He is an anti-vaxxer. I can't check that because I can't get on Twitter, Sorka. Send me a screenshot, innit? Send me a screenshot. It's always turmeric. It's always turmeric. Listen, okay, I'm not saying that these plants aren't good for stuff. I'm just saying that we have medicine that is better than a lot of things, right? Do you know what I mean? We have a lot of medicine that's better than a lot of things. Oh, God. It's just like...
Ginger. Turmeric, you take those little rhizomes, you stick them in the ground, and 7-9 months later, you'll have a lot more turmeric.
I'm drinking turmeric tea right now. It's tasty, but I'm not going to inject it right.
Than they can deal with. Ginger is... It takes a little bit longer. It takes...
Turmeric is supposed to help my chronic illness. I literally have a badge telling Krusties to fuck off about it. Exactly.
More like, I think, about a year and a half.
He probably gets a lot of general immunities from stepping on glass and needles.
I've successfully grown ginger, but it takes longer to get it.
Yeah. Important to mention, turmeric and ginger, very good for you, very healthy. Definitely eat more of them, but don't go around saying it cures cancer. Don't go around saying it will prevent you from getting cancer. That's all nonsense. There's no proof or evidence for it. Just, shut the fuck up.
To be a large amount and to get a lot to harvest, but very, very easy.
Wait, it's a different guy? Ben Greenfield? No, this guy's name is Ben Greenfield. What time are we on here? 22:01?
What I mean by that... Hey, everybody.
Oh, no, he's Rob Greenfield. He's Rob Greenfield. It is a different guy. Sorry. Okay, yeah.
Lot to harvest, but very, very easy to grow. So turmeric and ginger, very easy to grow and very, very important medicines.
He looks like a Ben. And you know what? Here's the thing. He also looks like a Rob. What's that one experiment that they did with people? Where it was like, which shape is boom and which shape is flicky or something like that. Cricky or spicky or something. What's that experiment? What is that? Maybe it's one of those situations where they're like 7 identical twin brothers. Booba and Kiki. You're right. That's what it is. Booba and Kiki. Right? So like I saw this on Vsauce. So like this is a thing that went round like a while back. And they like ask people like, which one of these shapes is called Booba and which one of these is called Kiki. Right? Like that one Drake song, yeah. And like pretty much everybody says this shape is Booba and this shape is Kiki. Because for some reason, the way that we have like phonetically connected shapes, we vocalized, right? Vocalized shapes. Do you know what I mean? So like what I'm saying is this guy kind of looks like someone called Ben because we tend to like attach names to how people look on the same basis as that. That's what it is. Booba has roundness and Kiki is sharp. Yeah, because it sounds sharp, right? We can't explain it, but it just sounds sharp. He isn't an anti-vaxxer. He has a vaccination card and his complete list of possessions. Yeah, but like lots of anti-vaxxers got like fake vaccination cards. In order to be able to like get places. And I would say if someone has like got rid of all their possessions and only has, because that's what he's talking about. I have 111 possessions. Oh wait, no, this is from 2016, Sorka. This is from 2016. It'll just be like a vaccination card for countries like Malaysia and Vietnam and shit, you know? You know, like Southeast Asian countries and, you know, African countries and shit. You know, that's... I want to ask him what he thinks about vaccines. I think he's an anti-vaxxer. If he's going on about turmeric, it's 2020. He's going on about immunity. He's an anti-vaxxer. 1000%.
Many different medicines.
Thank you for the follow.
One that I recommend growing is elderberry. And along with honey that you can get from your bees, you can make elderberry syrup. And this is one of the most
appreciate you doing the research, though, Sorka. Don't get me wrong.
It prevents cold and flu. I like to take a spoonful.
Why is Juice laughing so much? Juice just like went ah like in all caps. Like, what are you laughing about? The Booba and Kiki? Like, what is that? What you're laughing? What are you laughing about? Hey, Skidada, what's going on? Welcome in. Go follow Skidada, everyone. An absolute legend. He's a lovely lad. Oh my god, there's so many people with names beginning with the S in the chat tonight. A lot of the stuff that uses faux or half-true science, like holistics and general health, to give you that safe association. Yes, I'm well aware. I'm well aware. That's literally what we're talking about.
My elderberry syrup every single day. It's one of my favorite things, and it's also an extremely delicious treat. So I've covered calories, I've covered some protein, and I've covered greens as nutrients. Those three things right there can take care of a massive amount of your entire needs. You could probably live just off of that, but there's no need to because there's such an abundance of other food.
I was laughing at your conclusion of the Booba and Kiki thing. No, you're not delayed. I just like missed your chat message and then I was reading chat up and I saw that you were like laughing your ass off. No, it's fine. I thought that that's what you were laughing at. He does. He looks like Ben. He looks like a Ben. He's got like the Ben shape. Whatever we think is like the Ben shape, that's what we think. Ben, Rob, Bob, Glob, Tom. You know, he could be a, maybe a Dave, a John, and maybe Alan.
Foods. I'm going to name a few other things right now that are really easy and important to have as a part of this garden. That would be peppers. I grew serrano peppers starting from one seed from a pepper from my friend's garden. For a year and a half,
like your Uncle Dave. There you
a
go.
serrano pepper plant that put out well over 1,000 peppers. Wherever you are, there are peppers
the Dave
that will
Ben
survive
shape.
and thrive. Peppers are a great part of any garden. And then herbs. Herbs to add.
Mate, it's herbs. Come on, man. Americans are like lazy with some words, but make other words too difficult. Some words they're adding extra syllables like lay up top. And some words they're just like, forget that letter. Herb. Like, what you on about, bro? Come on, man. Herbs. Herb. Just say the... It's not even that hard. It's not even like an extra syllable. It's just herbs.
Flavor to your food. Living off of your garden does not in any way mean not eating delicious food. And in fact, it's often far more delicious. So some of the absolute survival herbs that I've grown, that would be Cuban oregano, grows like crazy. It's a huge...
People say Muel is a self-hating Brit, but not when it comes to speaking English, he isn't. I just don't see the point in adding extra syllables in an already annoyingly complicated language.
Then there's lots of other ones. African blue basil grows into shrubs.
Like I'm from the north, and I do listen. I do like shorten some stuff. Like when I say I'm going shops. You know what I mean? The apostrophe thing. Like the Americans think it's an apostrophe, but it's not actually. If you listen carefully, I'm going shops. Could you hear that? Right, listen, if you like record me saying this, I'm going shops. You can hear there's a thing I do in my throat. Going to shops. That's a T. There's a T in there for the. That's what that is. It's not an apostrophe.
Brings in an incredible amount of bees and pollinators. So important to have different plants that can bring in...
It's called a glottal stop. Wait, what the fuck? I didn't even know that had a word. It's like EVP. Wait, what? Are you on about that like paranormal voice phenomenon? Electronic voice phenomenon? Wait, what?
And pollinators into your garden. And herbs are one of the easiest things to grow. You have cilantro and basil and dill, just to name a few.
British people are just ghosts. British people just aren't real. Like, we're just like...
Herbs are a very easy beginner plant too. If you're just getting started, herbs are a really great place to start. I'm going to mention just
Ghost
two
voice.
more, even though there's so many
Oh, glottal stop, a consonant formed by the audible release of the airstream after a complete closure of the glottis. It's widespread in some non-standard English accents. Non-standard? Non-standard? I fucking hate everything. And in some other languages such as Arabic.
more plants that I would love to talk about.
Non-standard. Fucking, we're literally like fucking 60% of the fucking country.
But a truly amazing one is daikon radish. We're talking about a radish that can get this big, that can become self-seeding, that's coming back, that creates a great ground cover, that can be chop and dropped, and you can ferment this and make a wonderful radish kraut, or mix it in with your different krauts. It is a...
Wait, is that what this guy says, Lyra? At its foundation, the United States is a deeply racist, homophobic, and sexist nation. Wait, sexist, racist, and homophobic nation. The nation was built on genocide, slavery, and religious domination. This guy seems pretty based. This guy seems pretty based so far. Like, we're undecided as to whether he's an anti-vaxxer, but he seems quite based. I looked up EVP, and what I got was employee value proposition. I don't think that was the right EVP. You record the T back, and it's a the. Like EVP. Okay, that's fucking funny.
It's delicious. It adds a lot of value to meals, and you can just produce...
EVP is also electronic voice phenomena, which is like, it's a thing that happens sometimes, and it's either we recognize patterns, so we pick up things that, like, you know, actually like aren't there, but we think are there due to like the way that harmonics in a room might sound and stuff like that, you know? Sometimes people can be based while not smelling so great. It's true, to be honest. It's true.
Incredible amount of quantities with it. That's the daikon.
The plant
radish.
advice is okay.
Wherever you
Nils,
are,
actually,
radishes can be a part of your game, and radishes
you
are
can
one
grow
of the
them in
fastest
England.
Foods to grow. You can get them in about 30 days. Now,
30 days
could be complete without tomatoes, but tomatoes add such an incredible value to life. Where I did my survival garden, that would be the Everglades tomato. In really hot climates, it's often the very small.
No one's given any like advice on how to grow, like how to look at how to like pests is the biggest thing. Someone in the chat earlier said if you're growing berries, you need to cover them in like a net because birds will just fucking eat them, and it's true. It's true. Like you do have to fucking do that. You know?
Small tomatoes that you want to work with, not the really big ones.
Like, bro, what about like aphids? What about grubs? What about like, you know, all these other things? What about slugs? Like, how do you deal with this shit? Come on, man. This dude's in Florida, yeah. Daikon grows deep, so don't plant it near pipes. Wait, does it? Oh my god. Is there a way to make radishes nice to eat, though? Yeah, good point.
But in northern climates, you can produce so much tomatoes that you...
There are raspberries in my garden, and Beryl, the fucking blackbird that eats them all. Right, exactly. Yeah, what about land? Like, where are you gonna be? How are you gonna be able to grow this shit? Right. The soil also sucks here. It's mostly sand. Yeah, there you go. Like, how are you tilling the land? Like, you know. Well, we know how to do compost because you just like get a compostable toilet in it. You know what I mean?
Not possibly eat them. So tomatoes are just a beautiful, beautiful thing to have in the garden. And then one last thing that I'm going to mention.
Pests are more a location-specific deal than general biomes for plants.
And that is garlic.
Maybe I think they're about
onions.
the same.
Really adds an incredible amount of flavor. Garlic is also a great antimicrobial and antibacterial, a really important one for fighting off sicknesses.
Oh, he's talking about COVID. Come on, bro. Come on, man.
In Central Florida, my big ones would be garlic chives and then society garlic. These are perennials that do really well. I also grew garlic. That's harder in the southern climates, but I did it successfully. But in the northern climates, garlic is an easy one.
What, really?
That is my...
There's wild garlic in the UK, but I've never really understood it. Like, is it different to, like, the garlic bulbs that you get at the shop? Like, what is that about?
Survival garden. I've covered your calories.
Yeah, permaculture stuff is really interesting. That's what some of the guys were talking about at Blue Dot. They were talking about how, like, rice paddies, yeah? So, like, one of the biggest problems with rice is that there's a lot of pests that eat it, and there are a lot of weeds that grow amongst rice and, like, you know, stop it from, you know, being really good. And also, it floods. So a way that permacultures, you know, basically say to solve that is introduce ducks to the environment. Just keep ducks on the environment. Literally that, because you're providing ducks like a nice, safe place to live by living on your farm and shit. And you are getting the ducks to eat all of your shit, all the pests, all the weeds, like they eat all that stuff. And if it floods, the ducks could just continue doing that. And they shit and piss in the water, which makes, you know, it very fertile. So there you go. There you fucking go. My dad makes wild garlic pesto. It's pretty tasty. My ex got a bunch of wild garlic once and tried to make wild garlic pesto, and it was so garlicky. I couldn't fucking do it. Like, I legit couldn't do it. It was so garlicky. And ducks are adorable. That's true. Yeah, they go quack. They go quack as well. Big plus. My thought on this guy is that he knows what he's doing in his garden, but doesn't know how to convey actual actionable information. Right, that's the issue, isn't it? That's the issue. People will just watch this and just be like, whoa, you could grow all your own stuff. And then, like, someone like me with ADHD is like, oh, but he's not explained how to do it, so now I've got to figure out how to do it, this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. And it's too much to handle, and I'm just like, shut up. You know what I mean?
Your protein, your greens. There are more things than that. However, this, if you have just this going and you work with the perennials over the annuals, we're talking about almost never having to take a trip to the grocery store. This is my tips, especially focused on a warmer climate. In future videos, I will have some that are specifically focused on colder climates. So
what? If you also keep ducks on your rice paddies, you'll have more time to go out into the wilderness and do sick air combos on Dark Spirits. Maybe you should stream playing Sakuna. That game goes hard on rice paddies. What the fuck are you talking about? Wait, someone else was mentioning this before. Like, where did I hear Sakuna of Rice and Ruin? Wait, what? What is this? Hey, Josh, how's it going? What is this? Fantasy violence, mild blood, use of alcohol. There's your contents warning, chat. It was you, Gumba Master? Edelweiss. It's a Metroidvania and also farming management game. What? Literally ducks on rice paddies. Literally ducks on rice paddies. Right there. It's the most detailed rice paddy sim I didn't know I wanted.
Princess, this is no time for a royal nap.
Then it shall be so. Lady Sakrina will go hunt. We'll stay here and plant the rice.
Damn, I need to fucking play this shit.
If not a royal nap, couldn't I at least royally procrastinate until tomorrow?
Yeah, this is everything I want. to be honest.
If you're gonna act all high and mighty, why don't you actually earn that respect by doing some dang work around here? Hey, Brat, try showing some respect to your gods and elders.
Do not fight. Have fun planting rice. Have plaisir.
He says the Kappa has...
Oh my god, it's a Kappa!
Friends. They were captured by a demon at the lake in the valley, and he wants you to help them.
Yeah, this game looks like it fucks.
The ones who hunted us, Ashigumo, were undoubtedly demons.
Ottoman!
And yet,
Ferretman!
demons that plague us now are more organized than they should be.
It's fine to have a bleeding heart and stuff, but it ain't worth it if we all get killed. I can't stand it when you say stuff like that.
Sakuna!
Weasel person.
You only ever think...
Okay, we've seen enough about the gameplay. All we really care about is the rice paddies and the fact that there's ducks on it. So there you go. Anyway. Whoa, what the fuck is going on here?
Make sure you come back and tune in.
That was weird.
And
Badger
if
bloat.
you got a lot out of this video and you found it to be really useful, then definitely I encourage you to subscribe.
Shut up, you crusty fucking foot, dickhead. Right, maybe we'll watch more of that guy's videos tomorrow. Maybe we'll watch that guy's foot video tomorrow. What do you think? He's done a video as well. For 30 days, I wore every piece of trash I created. Where's his most popular videos? I bet the fucking foot one is the most popular one. Come on, man. Where is it? Where's the foot one? He's done TED Talks. Wait, what? He's done TED Talks. Why I almost never wear shoes. The benefits of walking barefoot. Yeah, we're watching that tomorrow, chat. We're watching that tomorrow. 1000%. 1000%. Right, chat. It's fucking time to end the stream. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here tonight. Really appreciate all of the love. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for the raid. Left flank vets. Really appreciate that. Thank you for the subs. Thank you so much for the subs. Thank you so much for the follows. Thank you so much for the raids. Thank you so much for the donos. Really appreciate that. Excuse me. We are now going to go and raid somebody else. Thank you so much for those extra follows as well. Really appreciate that. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Hope you enjoyed tonight. Oh my god, no! Kiki! Oh my god, Kimaraki. Listen, chat. Listen, chat. You all need to go and follow Kimaraki. That's just standard. That's just standard procedure. Please, 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 please follow Kimaraki. She's absolutely amazing. My good friend. Excellent streamer. Excellent artist. Yeah, I'm so sorry, gang. We're literally just about to end. We're literally just about to end. So have no fear. I'll be taking you somewhere else extremely cool. Don't worry about it. Oh my god, Dime Package is here as well. You absolutely need to fucking follow Dime Package. And Heshiwana Yuki. How you doing, Hess? I hope you're very good. But yeah, listen, chat. We're going to go raid someone. Let's have a little look and see who is live. I've literally got so many fucking people on my who is live right now list. I'm literally just like, what the fuck? Who do I go and raid? We are going to go and raid Ferociously Steph, who is back on Twitch. We love Steph. She's absolutely amazing. A true inspiration. Excellent streamer. So please come with me, join me for the raid. And she's streaming Noita, which is a game that I really, really like. I've not had a chance to play it much. But it's very, very good, and you'll enjoy it. I promise you. Here's the raid command, chat. Get that copied and pasted into your whatever you want to call it. Your little fucking books, your little copybook. Your clipboard on your PC. On your PC. There you go. Exactly like Juice has done. Let's go and say hi to Steph. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here tonight. And thank you so much for lurking as well. I really appreciate all the lurkers. Oh my God, Kiki, thank you so much for the 23 months.
MEW and EGGDOG.
For MEW, MEW, and EGGDOG. Thank you so much, Kiki, for the 23 months with Prime. Gang, please, please, please also go and follow Kimaraki. I cannot recommend her enough. I cannot recommend her. And Dime and Heshiwana Yuki as well. All absolutely wonderful people. But yeah, chat, we're going to go raid. Again, thank you for all the love tonight. Don't forget, you've only got till the end of Thursday's stream to hit the £800 donor goal for the month for the Gandalf cosplay and Battle for Middle-earth 2 stream. Get it done. You got another chance to hit it tomorrow. I'll see you then. Mwah. Peace, 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 peace.
Adieu.